right here. And you're not. Are you done? I'm just getting out of the office. Yeah. Right in front.
Daughter says when she went to college, that's how she did it.
Right, yeah. As it should be.
processes my resolution. This is Ryan Paul.
Yeah.
Hi, good morning, folks. Thank you so much for this resolution. I just wanted to run down. Let's hope all I need is for someone to second. One job. So the bar gave me very detailed instructions. First, I need to add the resolution back to the agenda. And the bar knows that as long as the conversation we had yesterday, that President Rosen recognized the legal motion to add the resolution back to the agenda. And we need a second. At that point, we'll ask if there are any objections. If there are no objections, we need to vote on how to do that. Assuming that goes well later on, then we'll be back as delegates. Let me know that I have no problem.
So it's like 8:55. Check, check. No, I don't. Is this on? It's on? Okay, great. So we got like a 5-minute warning. Yeah. David, is this on? Yeah? Okay. It's on in the room?
Good morning, everyone. We're going to get started in just a minute.
5 minutes. Yeah, 5-minute warning.
No chart.
I'm ready to go to bed, so you don't have to do anything. I need. Where's the? Yes. Of course.
She's having a crown up. She's showing virtually.
Of course. Cameron, amazing. Thank you all. All right. Jim, do you need anything? Do you need anything? Well, it takes a village. A lot of people to find it out. It is quite the coordination. Especially with the hype.
Especially.
A little bit more than I thought.
Oh, 53 of them.
I know that.
Every weekend.
I was in the middle.
Not really. No, but they need to exercise and they lose weight. They're not
here's the time and continue to the hot zone.
All right, so if anybody's outside, we can maybe start coming in. Richard, would you mind just giving them a heads up on the outside that we're getting going? So there's a saying, if you could be one thing, be efficient. And I'm going to try and do that today. So we're gonna get going. So I'm going to ask everybody to take their seats. We're noting that we're going to start on time. Some things are out of our control. Starting on time isn't, and I hope to have an efficient and productive day. Good morning. My name is David Rosen. I'm the 2024 President of the Oregon State Bar. It will be my pleasure to call the 2024 meeting of the Oregon State Bar House of Delegates to order in just a few moments. First, however, I'd like to go over the procedures for our meeting today, which I hope will also give time for anyone having technical issues to resolve them. I know that most of us are now accustomed to the Zoom platform and its features. Nevertheless, I ask you that you bear with us and each other as we move through a detailed agenda and address any technical issues that may arise. Here to help me are the bar's Chief Executive Officer, Helen Hirschbiel, and General Counsel, Ankur Doshi. We will be using Zoom to present reports and discuss the resolutions before us. We will be using the special House of Delegates voting dashboard to display resolutions and vote on them. I will give you instructions on how to use the voting site before we take up our first action item. Right now, I want to go over how I'll be using Zoom. Perhaps the most important thing to know is that all of you can hear me and see me, as well as our other presenters. But if you are participating by Zoom, we cannot see or hear you until I officially recognize you, and our tech team makes you a panelist in Zoom. We'll use an online queue to manage debate on the resolutions, and I'll talk more about that in a moment. If you need to be recognized to second a motion, you will need to raise your hand. You can do that in person with the physical hand or on Zoom with the Zoom hand. You can do that in Zoom by clicking or tapping the hand icon at the bottom of the Zoom window. If you are on Zoom and are recognized, we will enable your microphone so that you may speak. We are not, for folks who are seconding a motion, we're not going to enable your video for purposes of efficiency. Whether on Zoom or in person, please state your name, the region you represent, or your ex officio status for the record. So that's something that if you're new to HOD meetings or you've been to 20 of them, the thing that's really helpful for the record, at least on this side of the thing, is name and region you represent or ex officio status. That's what you want to start with, and that's because we do have a stenographer, and I'm getting ahead of myself. So we've disabled the chat feature in Zoom. That's because all of our proceedings need to be on the record and open to the public, some of which who are following us on YouTube. If you have technical issues at any time during the meeting, please call the support team at the Oregon State Bar at 503-620-0222. Choose option 5. Or you can send an email to hod@osbar.org. Once I call the meeting to order, we will proceed with the President's report, followed by Chief Justice Flynn's report on the state of the courts, then Budget and Finance Chair Matt McKean's report on bar finances. After the reports, I will walk you through our voting procedures and give you an overview of our parliamentary procedures. One final note before we begin the meeting. Your meeting materials include a brief report on last year's HOD action items. We established this as a regular report to the HOD last year, and we hope you find it helpful. No one will be speaking on that item. It's a written report only. It includes updates on last year's HOD resolutions, on enhancing engagement between the bar and the House of Delegates, and on examining the idea of requiring all administrative law judges to be members of the Oregon State Bar. The report includes links to further information on both of those 2023 HOD action items, and we've also added a link on the HOD page for resolution reports. I encourage you all to review these new engagement features on the website. So let's begin. I'm going to call the meeting to order. Although our first action item today is adoption of the final meeting agenda, I'd like to instead to begin with our preliminary reports. That's going to give us some extra time to resolve any technical issues and for delegates to log in to the voting website. If any delegates have not yet logged into that site, please do so now. So we'll start with the Oregon State Bar President Report. I want to thank you again for attending the 2024 House of Delegates meeting. The bar is entirely dependent on the legions of bar members who volunteer to serve as leaders in pursuit of the public service mission. It has been an honor and privilege to serve as president this year, and I am particularly grateful to members of the Board of Governors, bar staff, our past presidents, and those of you who have taken leadership roles in support of our work. Along those lines, while I have you all gathered here today, both in person and on Zoom, I'd like to invite us all to take a moment of gratitude, acknowledging the privilege of practicing law in Oregon. Perhaps some of us can recognize the opportunity to work with others here in this room, to model professionalism in the office, to know work-life balance in practice, not just theory, or simply to acknowledge the collegiality and courtesy we are all often providing each other, including those on the other side of the V. The latter of which, for me, having practiced in another state, is a hallmark of practicing in Oregon. This does not happen without all of us doing this work, and it likewise does not happen without efforts of the bar to set the tone. As today may show, we may not always agree on a chartered course, but the capacity for Oregon attorneys to uphold and embody professionalism and civility is unmatched, and I am so proud to be a part of this body. This year has been an eventful one for the bar, but frankly, some of our most exciting developments are ones that have been years in the making. In our Access to Justice work, I'm pleased to share that early this year, we welcomed the first licensed paralegals into the Oregon State Bar. They offer limited services in family and landlord-tenant law, two areas of acute community need. As of the beginning of this week, we have 12 who are fully licensed paralegals and another 20 at various stages of the admission process. We also launched the Supervised Practice Portfolio Examination, SPPE. It's a new model of examining applicants for competency by having them work in apprenticeship settings, all the while producing a portfolio of legal work to be examined by the Board of Bar Examiners. As of the beginning of this week, we have 92 SPP applicants. That's this year. 117 supervisor applicants and 95 firms employers who are actively seeking to hire or who have hired SPP applicants. The SPPE was a highly sought-after program for applicants across the country. I assume many of you received emails from such applicants. If you are looking to hire next year, it may be beneficial to consider becoming a supervising attorney, which you can now advertise to applicants. In other news, with our 5 community partners, we also launched Oregon Law Help, a comprehensive interactive website offering Oregonians a single point of access for legal help and information, guiding users through a series of questions to obtain legal information and the assistance they seek. This website, along with the OSB referral service, should be on your list of resources to provide individuals who are looking for help where your office might not be able to provide help. So if you give out information to individuals calling your offices, please add OregonLawHelp.org to that list of resources. Each of these projects was born of collaboration with the court and with numerous volunteers who gave generously of their time and expertise. Thank you all who provided input and hours to advance this work. Looking ahead, we are just beginning the development of a 5-year strategic plan for the Oregon State Bar. This new plan will incorporate DEI and well-being values into the existing strategic planning framework, rather than having separate standalone plans for these priorities. We've just established this work group and will begin in earnest this month with hopes of having a new plan in place mid-year 2025. In that vein, I want to make you aware of 2 programs occurring in the following 2 Fridays from today. First, next Friday, November 8th, the Bar's Quality of Life Committee will host a Wellbeing Summit. That's in collaboration with the Oregon New Lawyers Division, the Oregon Attorney Assistance Program, and several other organizations, sponsors, and volunteers. The second event, 2 weeks from today, November 15th, J.B. Kim, Rolf Gates, and I will be providing a free CLE on Zoom titled Reset, Recharge, Reignite. It will be a conversation about cultivating capacity to serve our communities and the legal profession. It will qualify for MCL credit, which is currently pending. Information for both programs, including registration, is available on the Bar's website. So finally, it was 2 or 3 years ago this body passed a resolution to convene the Wellbeing Stakeholders Group. And it was either last year or the year before the body adopted the report that came out of this group. We know that we have a crisis of well-being in our profession. This includes alarming rates of depression, anxiety, chronic stress, substance abuse, and tragically suicide among lawyers in numbers that far outpace the population. In solidarity and to reduce this shame and stigma around getting help, I want to acknowledge that I'm an alcoholic. As a legal culture, we can help each other by consciously acknowledging that anyone who makes the decision to get help is doing just that and making a healthy decision for themselves. We can leave it at that. In my journey, I've also been a longtime practitioner of both yoga and meditation, and I can assert with all my heart that I'm a far better lawyer, husband, father, and leader because of the deep work I've done in these practices and attempting to bring these practices into the practice of law. If I can share any insights or encouragement with anyone, or how we can all enhance our strength and well-being or that of our colleagues, I truly invite you to contact me directly. I love talking about this. I think when we start talking about it more, we learn what we are teaching, we learn what we're talking about, and we're all better for it. I want to specifically thank the Oregon Attorney Assistance Program in particular for its remarkable impact on our legal profession and by extension, the public we serve. Now it is my pleasure to introduce Chief Justice Megan Flynn of the Oregon Supreme Court, who is here to present an address on the state of Oregon's courts. Chief Justice.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for inviting me to share an update on the work of your Oregon State courts. On behalf of Oregon's judicial branch, we're thankful for our partnership with the Oregon State Bar and the work we've done and will continue to do together to ensure that all court users receive fair and accessible justice services. All of us, and I mean the courts, members of the bar, our justice partners, elected leaders, and our communities, continue to face challenges that are substantial and complex. They require our immediate attention, yet they also require persistence and a plan for long-term strategies. Our work intersects with most of the critical issues that we face as a state: addiction and recovery, housing and homelessness, mental health and treatment, crime and public safety, unrepresented persons in the criminal justice system, support for the rule of law, support for children and families, and the need to ensure that our programs and services are equitable, inclusive, and meet the needs of the people we serve. There are some things that the courts can do purely internally to address those important issues, but mostly, real progress requires courts to be a convener and active partner to allow us to work together toward solutions. Our work to improve the experiences of those who come into the justice system at times feels to me like playing a game of whack-a-mole while on a treadmill. By that, I mean that the challenge of making forward progress is facing us at the same time on so many different issues that keep cropping up. We've learned from past experience that real forward progress requires us to plan strategically. Within the judicial branch, we've referred to our overarching strategic plans in recent years as campaigns, despite the baggage that term might currently have. Last fall, we wrapped up our previous 4-year strategic campaign and embarked on our new plan for the coming 4 years, which we're calling the Justice Campaign. These campaigns help us frame and prioritize our work. They're based on a set of core commitments and related initiatives to tackle the work and achieve improvements in access to justice. They're complemented by the judicial branch's equity framework, which was established by Chief Justice Walters. It infuses an equity perspective into all of our work. The mission of Oregon's judicial branch is to provide fair and accessible justice services that protect the rights of individuals, preserve community welfare, and inspire public trust and confidence. To make progress, we need a framework that makes us systematic and intentional, while retaining flexibility to address emerging opportunities and challenges. Our current Justice Campaign provides that framework. The Justice Campaign for 2024 to 27 is based on 4 fundamental commitments. We will collaborate with community partners to improve services and access for people who are underserved, vulnerable, and marginalized. We will improve the court user experience by identifying and eliminating barriers to access to justice and ensuring safe, secure, and accessible court facilities. We'll earn the public's trust and confidence through communication, transparency, high ethical standards, and promoting the rule of law. We will provide a workplace and courthouse culture that is welcoming, supportive, and diverse, and where all people are treated with respect. The Justice Campaign includes 9 major initiatives that reflect our core commitments, and many of which continue or build upon past work. First, and probably the most important, we have committed to immediately implement all available strategies to provide safe court facilities and sufficient law enforcement staffing to prevent harm to court users, employees, and judges in coordination with federal, state, and local partners. We also have a priority of improving community outreach and engagement by listening to concerns of court users and collaborating with stakeholders to improve court services and evidence-based problem-solving programs. And third, provide court proceedings that are accessible and conducted in a mode and manner that best serve the need for justice in our communities. Now, I'm not going to make you listen to all 9. I'm going to stop there because I want to particularly talk about how, as teams, work groups, and committees take on these activities, specific projects are taking shape, and attorneys will always play a critical role in these projects. As part of our initiative to ensure that proceedings are conducted in a mode and manner that best serve the need for justice in our communities, that last point I covered, we've returned to our focus on civil justice improvements that unfortunately slowed during COVID. Chief Justice Balmer, 2 chiefs ago, created a Civil Justice Improvement Task Force to review national civil justice reforms and make recommendations about reforms to pursue in Oregon. That task force issued a report in 2018, but work on those recommendations lost out to other priorities until this year. I want to pause here to add that most states have an official Access to Justice Commission. Oregon doesn't. Yet, through our informal collaborations between the bench and bar, we've actually managed to achieve a great deal improving access to justice. Nevertheless, it was time to create a formal collaboration and return to the important work of Justice Balmer's task force. To that end, we've now launched the Advisory Committee on Civil Justice. It's co-led by Justice Bouchong and former Chief Justice Walters. along with Judge Ben Bloom, who's the presiding judge in Jackson County, and in coordination with bar leadership. Karen Farkas is on that committee, as well as civil practitioners, and most importantly, substantial assistance from the staff at the State Court Administrator's Office. The 3 judges on that committee are leading separate work groups to improve civil justice in specific areas of landlord-tenant, consumer debt, and the kind of civil cases in which parties are typically represented by attorneys. Anecdotally, or colloquially calling that complex, but they're not all complex. Other projects that are well underway include the Commitment to Change Work Group, which is charged with exploring improvements to Oregon's civil commitment laws. The report that we're about to submit came on my desk this week, and the legislature will see it very soon. We've increased the effectiveness and reach of treatment, or so-called specialty courts, through additional funding, development of new programs, trainings, and improved supports to ensure they're running according to best practices. We've also built a strong behavioral health advisory committee and data dashboards that promote a data-driven approach to addressing challenges related to the increasing number of individuals who are unable to aid and assist with criminal cases, and to better serve those with mental health issues generally who come through the courts. Of course, the issues involving behavioral health straddle both the civil and criminal justice systems, so let me focus briefly on criminal justice challenges, which are unique. As you know, the ongoing constitutional crisis of unrepresented individuals with criminal charges is tremendously distressing to our judges, and it's consumed the time and energy of our courts and our Office of State Court Administrator staff over the past 2 years and beyond. That includes navigating the additional complications of the federal bed chart order and its 7-day time limit on holding people who have no lawyer, but more importantly, the disruptions of coming back to court multiple times, waiting for a lawyer, ongoing uncertainty, have a real and substantial impact on people charged with crimes and their families, on victims, on law enforcement, on attorneys, and beyond. Those disruptions have ripple effects on every area of our work, including our capacity to address civil cases. And despite much attention, advice, and effort from a range of stakeholders and substantial additional funding from the legislature, there are currently nearly 3,600 unrepresented individuals waiting for an attorney in Oregon. The crux of the issue remains recruitment, retention, compensation, tracking, management, and allocation of public defenders to qualified individuals across our state. There's a need for both immediate and longer-term strategies. And though much of the control over solutions rests with others, Oregon state courts are committed to doing what we can to collaborate with our partners to resolve the crisis. And on the theme of partnership, and a more positive note, I want to celebrate the collaborative efforts of the bench and bar to grow and diversify the legal community across the state through efforts like OLEO, the new lawyer mentoring program, the launch of the supervised practice portfolio examination pathway to licensure, which Dave explained a little bit more, and welcoming Oregon's first licensed paralegals. Also, the success of events such as the Rural Practice Traveling Roadshow, which was sponsored by the OSB's New Lawyer Division and which should help recruit attorneys to rural communities. To all of you who have helped with those efforts, thank you. Also on the theme of partnership, we continue to collaborate with the Oregon State Bar, Legal Aid, and others to support and expand the new Oregon Law Help resource, which Dave also described. And we worked with the legislature to fund statewide centralized services for child support cases and regional approaches for family law facilitation that allow us to share staff across judicial districts. Today, almost every county belongs to a facilitator network available to everyone in the region for people to have help with their family law cases. In December, we'll be implementing an automated approach to sealing more than 40,000 eviction cases going back to 2014, as we were directed to do by House Bill 2001 last year. That should eliminate a major barrier to housing. That process, which took an enormous amount of work to develop, is now in place and can allow us to quickly and efficiently address future cases. As we head into the 2025 legislative session, our budget will again be aimed at ensuring safe, efficient, and accessible courts that meet community needs. In addition to seeking funding of current services, key new funding priorities for the branch are improving security in all of our courthouses and preparing to update our aging courthouses, maintaining customer service for growing caseloads in protective orders, evictions, and family law cases, adding court staff to address drug misdemeanor filings and public defense coordination, keeping our technology systems and data current and secure, and achieving the judicial compensation increases that we need to attract and retain the highly qualified individuals that all of you want to be the judges on the bench deciding your clients' cases. By rededicating ourselves to the commitments we've made in the Justice Campaign, setting out the new or continuing initiatives that will put those commitments into action, and working collaboratively with our many partners, including all of you, we will be well positioned to address critical challenges, increase public trust and confidence in our courts, and improve justice services for all. I look forward to partnering with all of you as we work to uphold access to justice for Oregonians. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Justice Flynn. I appreciate you taking the time to address the House of Delegates. And in my travels this year, what I've gotten to see is that not every state has the benefit that we have here of the partnership between the bench and bar, and we are just so fortunate for it. Thank you. Our next agenda item, and the final one, is the report of the Board of Governors Budget and Finance Committee and notice of 2024 annual fees. For that, let's welcome Matt McKean, Committee Chair and Board Member from Region 4. Matt.
Good morning. So he already introduced me. So before I get to my prepared remarks, I just want to thank Helen, her management team, and staff. As I close out my 4 years on the BOG, I've really been impressed with their professionalism and dedication to the bar, and we're in good hands with them. I just want to say that. So when we met last year, we projected that inflationary pressures would decrease, helping in part by higher interest rates. While the rate of inflation has come down, it's a bit slower than has been projected, and today's inflation remains slightly above the Federal Reserve's 2% target, and those numbers are reflected in our 2025 budget. But not to bury the lead, as things stand today, we don't expect a fee increase for 2026, and of course, we're not asking for one for 2025. Revenue from the general 2024 membership fees, which makes up 2/3 of the bar's operating revenue, is forecasted to end the year ahead of budget. This was a result of more active members than we budgeted for. While the number of new attorneys entering the Oregon State Bar from law schools remained relatively flat, our comedy admissions from out-of-state lawyers has translated into a slight increase of active membership. The remaining 1/3 of the bar's revenue has finally begun to recover from the lingering effects of the pandemic. Revenue from programs such as CLE seminars, legal publications, conference room rentals, the bulletin, advertising are slightly above projections. And our total year-to-date revenue for programs is projected to be slightly above budget by the end of the year. The expense side of the bar operations continues to be below budget in 2024. Salaries and benefits will end the year slightly under budget due to the length of time it took to fill some open positions during the year. In addition, both program and operating expenses are projected to end the year below budget due to conservative spending by staff. Combined with a slightly higher revenue, this leaves us in a positive net cash position, which is always good to hear. For example, in 2022, the BOG approved spending of realized gains from our unrestricted investment portfolio. It's projected we'll not need any funds from investments for bar operations this year. This type of planning, in addition to promising market signs and careful spending, should help us hold off on a fee increase for at least the next 2 years, hopefully into the future. Finally, the bar's investment made substantial gains in 2024 due to the strong stock market and higher interest rates for fixed income investments. With that, we expect to end the year with a net cash position higher than budget, and early projections for 2025 year-end are similarly positive, assuming a positive stock market, of course. As we mentioned at last year's HOD meeting, relatively flat membership growth continues to be a concern for the future. While comedy and the SPPE are attracting new lawyers to Oregon, demographically, we're still facing challenges as the number of members nearing retirement is expected to, may possibly outpace new admittees in the coming years. Board of Governors is aware of this, and we're watching and trying to plan and anticipate. The bottom line message for you today is that the Oregon State Bar remains on solid financial footing leading into 2025. The Budget and Finance Committee is thankful for the hard work, especially of Mike and the management team and the rest of the bar staff. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Matt. That concludes our reports for the day, and I'm going to take it from over here because we're getting into first instructions in the Roberts Rules. Is this coming through okay, Dave? Okay, good. So now I'm going to explain how our discussions will proceed here in the room and on the Zoom webinar and how we'll be using our voting platform. So we're going to screen share the voting platform. No? Okay. So staff will make the resolution sponsors who are participating on Zoom panelists, so you can see and hear them. At the same time, we will also bring on screen our green light, yellow light, red light timer. Sponsors of each resolution will have 5 minutes to present them. We'll count down like we always have. Green, you're good to go. Yellow, wrap it up. Red means stop. We'll be reasonable if you need to finish your sentence, but please be respectful of time limits. Remember, if you could be one thing, be efficient. If you go over your time, your mic will be muted. At the conclusion of each presentation, the sponsor or one of the sponsors, if there are more than one, will move adoption of the resolution. I will then ask for a second. Any delegate wishing to second the motion should raise their hand, as we discussed at the beginning of the meeting. Once a resolution has been moved and seconded, debate will begin. All remarks should be directed to the chair. To speak on a resolution, you must reserve a spot using the online voting platform. I will ask for everyone, those in person and on Zoom, who wish to speak on a resolution to reserve a speaking spot on the voting platform. That means if you're in the room, you still have to reserve a spot on the platform, and this way there's no necessarily favoritism to those in the room versus those who are not. Select a category for your position and then indicate whether you are in person or remote. A virtual line will be made for pro, con, or motions, questions, speakers. So there's a pro, there's a con, then there's a motion/question line. I'll call on each person in the order submissions were received, alternating between all three lines. Please note that motions, such as a motion to amend or a motion to end debate, must be made from the motion/questions queue. They cannot be made from the pro or con queue. HOD Rule of Procedure 7.7 provides that motions from the floor or from the pro or con queues are out of order and cannot be recognized. If I call your name from the debate queue and you're on Zoom, staff will allow you to unmute your microphone and enable your video camera. You will see your Zoom screen momentarily disconnect and then reconnect when staff enables your participation. This transition can take a few moments. Please be patient. Know that this does take some time. If you are present in the room today, please be prepared to stand at the microphone in the room when your name is called. Folks on Zoom cannot hear you if you just stand up and talk. The only exception to that is if we're making a second, I don't need anyone to come to the mic if you're in the room. Please state for the record when you speak your name and the HOD region you represent or the basis of your ex officio status. This is important that anytime you speak today. Our proceedings are being stenography recorded as well as audio and video recorded. Our reporter today is Deborah Bonds, courtesy of the Oregon Court Reporters Association. Deborah, please accept my thanks on behalf of the House of Delegates and on the entire bar membership for your work today. Speakers from the floor have 3 minutes each. Keep an eye on the timer. After you've spoken, staff will remove your name from the queue and I will choose the next person to speak. We will proceed to recognize speakers from the pro, con, and other queues in the same order until all speakers have been recognized or there has been a successful motion to end debate. Proceedings today will follow the HOD Rules of Procedure and Robert's Rules of Order. On the voting site, under the Resources tab, if you select Overview of Procedure for House of Delegates meeting, you will see written information on the parliamentary procedures. Scroll down the page and you will find a chart showing the respective priority of common motions. If you want to make a motion, be aware of where it is on the chart and again, which queue you are entering. At this time, I'll ask you to welcome our parliamentarian for today, Jim Westwood, who will share some tips and also here to help with any procedural rulings today. Please also turn to the HOD 2024 voting platform now. Jim?
Thanks, Dave. I am here, I hope, to serve in the role of a potted plant. I'm not going to be needed if things work well, and I think they will. If you, the delegates in the hall and online, engage in civil discourse and give everybody a little bit of extra room because of this hybrid procedure that we're doing today. There may be hurdles, but let's get over them together. I would like to point out to those of you in the hall, you have a goldenrod sheet called the Overview of Procedure. The backside contains a really good listing of parliamentary proceeding orders, the motions, privilege motions, subsidiary motions. I believe for those of you online that this is in your agenda item on your on what you received via email. So if you're looking at that, I don't think there'll be much problem, and I can sit here, as I say, like a potted plant for the rest of the day, and I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Jim, and thank you very much for your pro bono service to the House of Delegates. Just as a heads up, if folks are currently looking for the debate queue, or as a resolution is presented looking for the debate queue won't actually become available until there's a motion in a second. So if you're looking for it and can't find it or can't click on the button, there's a reason we open that up. So and then it can be a little bit of a mad dash, depending on the resolution. But all right. So along with resources for delegates, this is also a platform where you can review the resolutions, where we'll post any amendments, and where you will vote. I'm going to review those procedures now. If you're not already on the resolutions page, could you please click on the word resolutions on the banner at the top of your screen? All right. On the left side of your screen, you'll see tabs for all the resolutions and our agenda. You can see the text of any resolution by clicking on it. If there's a motion to amend, the amendment text will be shown on this page too. For delegates moving an amendment, I'd ask that you email the amendment language to amend@osbar.org, clearly denoting your name, region, and the amended language within the resolution. Council will review the amendment to make sure it is in order before passing it to staff to present in the voting platform. Once the motion to amend receives a second, staff will update the voting platform to show the amended language and start debate on the amendment. So we'll now pause debate briefly for this process. We will need to pause debate briefly for the process when we get there so that we can get the amendment up. There's going to be a refresh button, and you'll need to hit that to see the new text, but I will be there to remind you. All amendments, except those that involve the addition or deletion of a single word, must be emailed to the email address, again, amend@osbar.org, to ensure that we accurately capture the text of the amendment. When I call for a vote, you'll refresh the page to see your voting options. You'll choose yes if you support the resolution, no if you oppose the resolution, or abstain if you prefer not to vote. Click the button to submit your vote. Please note that once you submit your vote, it's final. Can't go back and change it. Once you've voted, you'll be directed to a results page, which you can refresh to update the results. The names of the delegates will be displayed in separate columns indicating how each delegate voted, as well as a pie chart to show the percentages of yes and no votes. When voting is complete, I will announce the results and move to the next resolution. You should also keep in mind that this is a public meeting, and the results on this website can be viewed by the public. For each resolution, amendment, or other motion, we will vote in the same manner, review the results, and return to the resolutions page for the next step. I will guide you through the process each time we have a vote. For now and for practice, we're actually going to use the voting system, and we'll use this to establish our quorum. Good? Okay. If you could please click on the Quorum Call tab, please select the option that indicates you are present and ready to vote. So that's here and at home.
Where would that be, please?
So you're going to go to, thank you. You're going to refresh the page, and then you should see at the very top, current action quorum. You're going to click Quorum Call, and then hit submit. And we'll all take a moment.
Says they don't have access.
Did you sign up? Did you filled out your credential form?
So you're just, and I'm just gonna vocalize this. We can just keep it down. I'm gonna vocalize this because I'll bet you're not the only person. So make sure you're logged in. And then you're gonna go to the resolutions page.
And refresh the page.
And then at the top right, there's a refresh page button, not necessarily through whatever Chrome. Okay, so
We have some people who are unable to, who are delegates, who have filled out credentialing forms, who are logged in, who are unable to access the quorum call.
Okay, so it looks like we have 3 here, and I'm seeing 2 hands raised on Zoom. Looks like Greg and Samuel. I'm going to assume those are, and James, and I assume those are issues, the same issue that is happening in the room. You can take your hands down if they are.
I know of another delegate who also is having difficulty.
Okay.
Can't change his password to get in.
So it may be a,
So
Take a moment.
can we have the people in the room who are having this problem raise their hand so we can see if our staff can assist you with them?
The other delegate went outside and trying to get help.
okay. And then, do you want me to call for how many? I think it might be helpful.
Yeah.
Okay. If you are online and having an issue getting to the quorum page, do me a favor and raise your hand. Could it be,
Well, it's not everybody, so it's
yeah,
issues that are specific to the individuals.
it could be browser type.
Maybe, let me see what I can find out.
Okay. All right, our goal is to fix this now so that we don't have any concerns about the voting. Yeah.
If there is anybody else in the room who's having problems, could you please raise your hand again? Thank you. Dave, for those people who are online, they need to do this.
Okay. All right, so two things for those online, because we are resolving the issues in the room. One is try closing your browser, reopening, and re-logging in. If you have not logged, there could be an issue with your login, so please give that a try. Keep your hands up online, just it's going to allow us to see if we're still having issues. The other thing is if that does not work, please call the support team. That's specifically what this number is for, 503-620-0222, and then you'll choose option 5. Okay, it's 503-620-0222, option 5, and I'm hopeful that those online are getting it figured out. We're going to give another couple of minutes just to make sure. This way, when we get to the resolutions and the voting, we're not having these issues arise. Sounds like we have everybody in the room set up, but I still see about 10 folks online. Again, you're calling that number, please, or refreshing your browser and trying to log in once again with your credentials. And once you have gotten in, please lower your hand because I want to make sure we're getting everybody on board here. So we're still seeing a couple folks with issues logging in and getting onto the system. And we're going to sit tight. Looks like Ron, Joseph, and Catherine can please call in or refresh your browser and log in again, or perhaps try a different browser. The call-in number is 503-620-0222, option 5. I can tell. The motion, so he had a motion last year that was tabled till this year. To this year specifically. What Danny's asking is, does he have to move again on the right? Yes, it was already moved and it was seconded, it was just tabled. As just use that without changing at the end of the debate.
No objection, really, because he's.
All right, I'm going to ask everyone to resume their seats, and kind of a yellow to red light coming. We'll get going shortly.
Just don't do it on tape.
Is that it? Bob. Thank you. All right. Thank you all for bearing with us and for understanding the importance of making sure we're including everyone in this. We do have a quorum. And so we're going to return to the resolutions page. Our first action item. So what you'll see is that, and if you're new to the House of Delegates, this page actually is quite handy and will be your roadmap for the day. You're going to return to the resolutions page. Our first action item is the adoption of the meeting agenda approved by the Board of Governors. One note before we adopt the final agenda, however, HOD Delegate Resolution Number 3 was removed from the preliminary agenda by the Board of Governors at the September meeting because of Keller concerns. Since then, we've spoken with the proponents of the resolution, and they prepared an amendment that would address the board's concerns. However, in order to introduce the proposed amendment, the resolution must actually be added back to the agenda. So with that in mind, I want to recognize past President Vanessa Nordyke from Region 6, who I understand would like to make a motion related to the excluded item. And Ms. Nordyke, if you could approach the microphone.
Can I use this one?
Sure.
Sure, absolutely.
Thank you, President Rosen, fellow delegates. My name is Vanessa Nordyke. I'm a delegate for Region 6 and Executive Director of Casa Marion County. And I move to add my excluded delegate resolution back to the HOD agenda at its original order on the agenda. You can find it as delegate resolution number 3. It is on your screen with all the other resolutions at the bottom.
Thank you very much, Ms. Nordyke. Is there a delegate who would like to second the motion? Please raise your hand.
Delegate Ryan Collier, Region 6.
That's Delegate Ryan Collier, Region 6, has seconded the motion. So what I want to ask this body, both online and in person, are there any objections, or is anyone seeking to discuss this motion? And if yes, if you have an objection or you wish to discuss, I'm going to ask that you raise your hand, and we'll open the floor for both debate and a vote. Otherwise, it will pass unanimously. So if anyone has an objection or wishes to put this to a vote or for discussion, please raise your hand. Great. Hearing no objections, the motion to add excluded HOD delegate resolution number 3 is back to the HOD agenda.
There is a hand up.
Point of order,
Sure.
President. Does the amendment need to be placed on the record in advance? It's as amended.
No, it does
We'll get
not.
to that later.
Yeah, it does. Thank you, John. And John, just for the record, John Bachhoffner, Region
8.
Region 8. And your question is does the added item will come back onto the agenda in its original form? And as I understand, Ms. Nordyke will move to amend the item when it's presented in its original order. Does that answer your question?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, so hearing no objections, the motion to add excluded HOD delegate resolution number 3 back to the HOD agenda at its original order on the agenda passes by unanimous consent. Thank you very much. Now, if there's a delegate who would like to make a motion to approve the meeting agenda as amended, please raise your hand. John?
Bachhoffner, elected delegate, Region 8. I so move.
John Bachhoffner, elected delegate, Region 8. Thank you. Is there a delegate who would like to second the motion? Thank you. David Wade, Region 2? Region 2. Has seconded the motion to adopt the preliminary agenda as amended. Likewise, as before, are there any objections or is anyone seeking to discuss the motion? If yes, please raise your hand now and we'll open the floor for both debate and a vote. Otherwise, it will pass by unanimous consent. I'll give you a minute. Okay, thank you very much. Hearing no objections, the motion to adopt the preliminary agenda as amended passes by unanimous consent. So if you're following along online in the room or at home, we're going to go back to the resolutions page, and our next item of business is BOG Resolution Number 1, which will be presented by Ankur Doshi, General Counsel. Ankur?
Thank you, Dave. Board Resolution Number 1 specifically deals with an amendment to the HOD Rules of Procedure to reduce the amount of time that is required between electronic voting from 2 minutes to 1 minute. In 2023, the House of Delegates adopted a substantial rewrite of the House of Delegates Rules of Procedure. These new rules added many of the issues that have arisen over the 10 years since the last review of the House of Delegates rules, including a change to hybrid meetings, limitations on amendments, and other technical changes. In composing these rules, the bar opted to provide 2 minutes between a call of vote and for votes to be tallied by the House of Delegates. One of the issues that arose during the last House of Delegates meeting was a substantial pause between a call for votes and for votes to be tallied. The presiding officer at the time noted that there was quite a bit of time that was idle between the time that delegates had casted votes and the time that was allocated to be tallied. And because it was in the rules themselves, the time that was required was to be 2 minutes. The rules currently provide that 2 minutes have to be provided, and there is no availability for the president to lower the amount of time that's available. However, the president can extend the time as necessary for the purposes of the vote. This amendment seeks to simply shorten the minimum time required to just 1 minute instead of 2. The president still has discretion to allow for an increased time for votes if needed. Based on the experience of the 2023 House of Delegates meeting, as well as the technical capabilities of the bar's electronic platform, 1 minute should be sufficient for delegates to be able to cast a vote electronically. The rule retains the president's continued discretion to allow for additional time if needed for technical difficulties. The board encourages adoption of this board resolution number 1.
Second.
Thank you very much, Ankur. I'm gonna, do we have a motion?
Matthew McKean, Bog, Region 4, I move to approve.
Thank you. That's Matthew McKean, Bog, Region 4.
John Bachhoffner, Region 8, second.
John Bachhoffner, Region 8, seconds. And the reason I'm playing it back, just so those in the room understand, is it's to make sure the folks at home can hear who is moving and seconding. All right. Now for discussion, we're going to give staff a moment to confirm the debate queue is ready. And so this is where you'll go back to your resolutions page, and I'll let you know when it is ready, and then you'll wind up. Click. Great. So the debate queue is ready. If you want to speak on the motion, click on the debate queue button, indicate your position and location, and click submit. Does not. There we go. Yeah, hit the refresh again. It's and we're working through it. Yeah. Where is where's my list of? Oh, there it is. Okay. Okay. All right. As we allow folks the time to get set up, I am going to move us along. In the pro column, we have Jennifer Goldstein. We will bring you up. Okay. Do you want to try that again, maybe? Jennifer, they'll bring you into the meeting as a panelist just for the purposes of speaking on the pro issue. Or you can remove yourself from the debate queue if you do not wish to be heard. Great. Okay, so we have somebody in the motions, questions column, Theodore Reuter. Is he in person? Yeah? Great, thank you, Theodore. Take your time.
Theodore Reuter, Section 4, I move to call the question. I think we should end
Okay.
debate and move to vote.
So you're moving to end debate, and I appreciate that. There is no There's actually no one left in the debate queue, so are you okay with withdrawing and we'll,
If you're ready to call the question, that's all I want. Let's get the vote on the actual motion.
okay. Well, I appreciate that, but if we do call the question, we're gonna have to vote on that, and so you, okay, I'll take that as a withdrawal, the motion. So we're gonna proceed to the vote on BOG Resolution number 1. Please give staff a moment to ready the vote. Okay, voting is now open. You will have 1 minute to vote. You can click on vote on the issue. Oh, I'm sorry, you're correct. Thank you. This is a 2-minute vote. My apologies. I'm sorry. We're a little ahead of that, but I'm just going to go with that so that nobody feels like they can't get their vote in.
After 1 minute, there's only 17 votes, right?
It's a bit of a litmus test on whether 1 minute's enough. There's 1 minute remaining in voting. Thirty seconds. Five seconds left. That's it. Please close the voting. We'll now tally the votes. Give staff a moment. Okay. Number of yes votes was 148, no votes was 9, and abstentions are 3. The motion passes. Thank you. So you turn back to your resolutions page, and we'll move on to BOG Resolution number 2. Ankur Doshi, again, would you mind presenting this motion?
Thank you, Dave. So now we get to a little bit more meatier provisions here. Board Resolution number 2 seeks to amend Oregon Rule for Professional Conduct 1.16. This rule specifically deals with an obligations under withdrawal. This rule specifically seeks to amend 1.16A. The Legal Ethics Committee in 2023 examined a new amendment that was passed by the American Bar Association in August of 2023 to ABA's Model Rule 1.16. ABA's amendment, ABA 1.16, much as the Oregon Rule of Professional Conduct 1.16, specifically deals with when an attorney must withdraw from representation and provides when a withdrawal must be mandatory. In August 2023, the American Bar Association amended Model Rule 1.16 to specifically note that a lawyer shall inquire into and assess the facts and circumstances of each representation to determine whether the lawyer may accept or continue in representation, and if the representation was used to commit fraud or further crime, that the lawyer would be required to withdraw. This is not a new obligation and has been noted as a continuous obligation for lawyers under the ABA's formal opinion 491. Attorneys have always had the obligation to inquire as to a client's objectives under the Rule of Professional Conduct 1.2 and not to counsel their client to engage in conduct that is illegal or fraudulent under Rule of Professional Conduct 1.2c. However, such obligations have never been explicitly spelled out within the rules themselves. This has led to concerns from other regulatory bodies outside of bar associations, especially in the financial sector, that lawyers may be either willfully ignorant or ignoring potential red flags for money laundering in their representation of clients. Such a concern has been spelled out by a global task force to combat money laundering in its 2016 report. This report noted that lawyers are a prime target for money laundering because of the protection afforded through attorney-client privilege. Congress also noted their concerns about the involvement of lawyers in money laundering in 2023 when it considered adding substantially heightened regulations to lawyers in the Corporate Transparency Act. While such provisions were removed prior to the passage of the Corporate Transparency Act, there continues to be concerns from other regulatory bodies about lawyers who overlook or ignore red flags of money laundering because of being conducted by their clients. The ABA passed this amendment to RPC 1.16 to establish that there is an explicit instruction for lawyers not to willfully ignore such activity. The Legal Ethics Committee discussed many of the concerns about this amendment and the potential of additional burdens to practitioners. It noted that the addition of these rules provided clear guidance to lawyers about their obligations to inquire about their client's representation and not turn a blind eye to the services being used to further crime or fraud. Of note, the Legal Ethics Committee evaluated the standards provided under the comments of the rules and noted for most lawyers, the risk-based approach taken by the ABA model rule did not create any new duties that were not already required under the current rules of professional conduct. The approach modeled within the ABA's comments, as well as Formal Opinions 513 and Formal Opinion 491, provided a risk-based approach based on a number of factors attorneys already utilize to evaluate when determining to undertake a representation. Of note, Comment 2 provides criteria such as the identity of the client, whether the client is a natural person or an entity, the lawyer's experience and familiarity with the client, the nature of the requested services, the relevant jurisdictions, as well as the identity of those depositing or receiving funds. Additional details and hypotheticals that could raise red flags of money laundering are further illustrated in ABA's Formal Opinions 513, 491, and the Lawyer's Guide to Detecting and Preventing Money Laundering. Of note, circumstances such as new clients who are a corporation with few ties to a location, or a current client coming into a substantial amount of money and requesting assistance of a lawyer may warrant additional steps ascertaining about whether or not such activities may constitute money laundering. While the comments of congruent ABA provisions of the Oregon RPCs are highly deemed persuasive, the LEC did add a slight adjustment to the language by adding the word reasonable to help lawyers note that any such inquiry is not a substantive one, but a reasonable one based on the risk based on the framework provided by the ABA. The LEC may also provide further comments and clarifications as needed through an opinion, as well as noted concerns about added additional hypotheticals as well. The LEC and the Board of Governors highly recommend that this amendment be adopted to the Oregon Rules of Professional Conduct.
Thank you, Ankur. All right, do we have a motion?
John Mirandis, Board of Governors, Region 7, move to approve bond resolution number 2.
Thank you. That's John Mirandez, Region 7? Okay, thank you. Do we have a second? David Wade, Region 2? Thank you. Now for discussion, give us a moment to get the debate queue ready. Looks like the debate queue is ready. If you'd like to speak on the motion, please click on the button for the debate queue, indicate your position and location, and click submit. I'll just give it a moment in case anyone wants to speak. Nice to know if they were in the, does Armin,
Emil.
yeah, but does Armin in the room or does it mean remote? It must be remote.
Armin's remote.
Okay, looks like, answer that as I said it. Looks like, Emil, you're in the pro column. We'll get you on the screen in a moment. You'll accept when we invite you as a presenter. All right. Mr. Ali, floor is yours.
Can't hear you.
Oh, wait, hang on 1 second. We're having trouble hearing your audio. Let's try that again. Nope. Not yet.
How about now?
Yeah.
All right,
Okay.
sorry about that.
Go ahead, please. Take your time.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Emil Ali, and I am an out-of-state delegate in California currently. I am an ethics lawyer, and I can give you some background on this. I think Mr. Doshi gave a pretty good background about the why. Oh, can't hear? Okay. He gave pretty good.
We're just asking to increase the volume. Sorry.
Okay. He gave some good background about the why, but I think there's one point that's missing, and I believe Ted is going to speak against it. And I think this might address one of his concerns. Is this going to be a new regulation or new construct that lawyers don't currently have to have? And if everyone remembers the 60 Minutes episode from maybe a decade ago, where a bunch of lawyers, including an ABA president, essentially agreed to take money into a trust account, which could have been construed as money laundering. This resolution really works to help remind lawyers that it is their obligation to not be part of a crime. Another point to make is that FinCEN, which currently requires business owners to talk about beneficial ownership information, that's part of the same construct that FinCEN has been talking to the American Bar Association about. And we believe that if this is not adopted by a number of states, then we may end up as lawyers be subject to new FinCEN or other financial kind of money movement regulations similar to how banks are. For example, know your client. So think of this as a happy medium where we can still utilize our 1.6 confidentiality obligations, understand who our client is, and not have to report it to a third-party government agency. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ali. Moving to the con column, Theodore, it looks like you're in person.
I am.
Take your time.
Thank you. I picked the wrong side of the road. I don't think I'll be up and down a lot more after this, though. But this particular
I'm sorry,
issue.
name and region?
Yeah, sure thing. Theodore Reuter. I'm from Region 4.
Thank you.
And there is nobody who I have more respect for on the ethics issue that I can think of offhand than Mr. Ali, Mr. Emil Ali. He's very good at what he does, and so I respect him, and I think highly of him. Here's why I think he's wrong about this. These, as you heard from Anker, the rules that we already have cover this issue. 1.2c says, don't help your client with illegal conduct. Rule point 1.1 says, investigate what your client is doing. You have to do that already, right? And then 1.16 already says if your client is involved in illegal conduct, then you got to get out. So this verbiage adds nothing to what our obligations already are as lawyers. I don't have any insight into what anybody is going to do on the legislative side regarding finding out information about where clients' money come from, but I don't see immediately why this change does anything other than add more words and make more changes to a set of rules that lawyers already are not great about keeping up on. So I think if there's a problem with what's going on in terms of letting people know what their obligations are, changing the rules of professional conduct in order to do that is not the way that you fix that problem. The way that you fix that problem is get a formal ethics opinion out from our committee or have some CLEs that people attend and that are, raise awareness in that fashion, because I guarantee you that the average lawyer is not going to look at 1.16 and see there's a new piece and change anything that they are doing, right? There are still people who think that we're under the DRs out there wandering around, which was the rules that were changed in 2005. So this doesn't fix the problem that it's aimed at, and for that reason, I will be voting no. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ritter. Seeing no further discussion, we're going to proceed to vote on BOG Resolution number 2. Please give us a moment for staff to ready the vote. If you're in the queue form or the debate queue, you go back to resolutions. And we will not start the clock right now, but once the vote opens, we will start the 1-minute timer. It appears voting is now open. We will start the timer. You have 1 minute to vote. Vote yes if you support the resolution, no if you oppose it, and abstain if you prefer not to vote. Again, your vote is final once you submit it. Voting will close in 30 seconds. Voting will close in 5 seconds. Voting is now closed. We will now tally the votes and give a moment for staff to confirm voting is closed. All right, the results are ready. You can hit the refresh button to see the vote results. Looks like the number of yes votes was 91, no votes was 50, and abstentions were 14. The motion passes. Next up is Delegate Resolution number 1. You'll return to your resolutions page. Which of the proponents will be presenting this resolution? Okay, fantastic. Take your time coming up. And you can actually, if you're presenting, we'll have you stand up here if that's okay, and this way you have a place for notes. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Amy Bingham, and I am a delegate from Region 6. And I'm here to speak to you today on our resolution asking for your support to get adequate funding for public defense services. We heard a little bit from Chief Justice Flynn this morning about the issue. Not sure if that feedback is me or not. So we do have more than 3,500 people waiting for representation, and a few of those, around 160 or so, are in custody waiting for representation. That means that they are away from their families, away from their jobs. They haven't been convicted of anything, but they're sitting in jail waiting for somebody to represent them. I am a contractor with OPDC, so I work in public defense, and I can tell you from being on the ground out there at the courthouse every day that there are a lot of people that need our help. We are underfunded. We have issues getting adequate investigators and other services that we need in order to provide representation to our clients. I am concerned about this issue because I see a lot of family and friends in the gallery when someone is being arraigned, and they're confused by what's happening. The defendants are confused by what's happening, despite judges taking a lot of time and effort to explain what is happening, why they are not being appointed an attorney, why they have to either come back monthly waiting until they get appointed an attorney, what it means to be appointed to OPDC as their representation. They don't understand why the state can charge them with an offense and they don't get to talk to an attorney for more than 6 months. It's an issue that we should all be concerned about. It's a constitutional right that we have to be represented by an attorney when we're unable to afford one. So I would ask for your support in this matter.
Thank you. And are you moving?
Yes, I move to adopt the resolution.
Thank you very much. Do we have a second to the motion? For Larson, Region 5, second. Sorry, go ahead. Okay, thank you. Just for order purposes, I appreciate it. It'll be hard for me to keep track if we have multiple folks. So just raise your hand and then I'll call on you. Kelly for Region 5 seconds. Thank you.
Thank you.
Before we move to before we move to discussion, I understand the proponents have an amendment to the resolution that they would like to present. You come on up.
Hi, I'm Shannon Flowers, Delegate Region 6. We have some fairly minor amendments to address sort of two pieces, acknowledging changes that have actually happened in our public defense system in Oregon over the last year, namely changes in the name of the agency that governs and manages public defense in Oregon. It went from the Public Defense Services Commission and the Office of Public Defense Services to being a single name unified, the Oregon Public Defense Commission, and then also the Oregon Public Defense Commission in the last year has begun state employee trial representation offices. It's relatively small at this point, but is growing with support through lots of people throughout the state. The other piece of the amendments really is changing the term caseload to workload standards, really an acknowledgement that it's not just the number of cases, but the time that attorneys are able to spend to provide competent and ethical representation for their public defense clients. And then also, just to address some minor concerns related to Keller, modifying the language in the resolved paragraph from participate actively with courts, et cetera, to participate in efforts by courts, et cetera. So like I said, relatively minor and technical changes, but those are the amendments that have been submitted.
Thank you very much. Do we have a second to the amendment?
Emily Oberdorfer, Region 4.
Emily Oberdorfer, Region 4, seconds the motion. We'll pause for a moment to allow staff to display the language of the amendment. You can hit your refresh page and the amendment will eventually come up. Oh, it's up. Okay, fantastic. We're just, I think we're in good shape. Yeah. So you can, you'll find the proposed amendment by clicking refresh. The deleted language is displayed in red, strict.
Dave, I think your mic's muted.
Thank you. Sorry about that. So we have the proposed amendment up. Refresh the page and you will see it. The stricken language is in red with strike through, new language is in blue. And I'll give you all a moment to take a look at that. And what is on the floor is a motion to amend this resolution. And so as I've done before, what I want to ask is, are there any objections or is anyone seeking to discuss the amendments? If yes, please raise your hand now, and we'll wind up opening the floor for debate and a vote. Otherwise, it will pass by unanimous consent. Okay, do you have do you have a question or would you like to open the floor?
I have a question and an opposition. A question and opposition. Rachel Phillips, Section 5.
So, okay, what I'm going to do is actually open, thank you very much, Ms. Phillips. What I'll do is pause a moment to give staff a moment to ready the debate queue for discussion, and we will begin discussion. Ms. Phillips, we will wind up starting with you. You're welcome to come up to the microphone. Let's give staff a moment to just ready the debate queue. Okay. And just give us a moment, Ms. Phillips, thank you. Okay, it looks like the debate queue is now open, so you can click on that if you would like to speak. We will start with Ms. Phillips. If you could state your name and region.
Yes, Rachel Phillips, Region 5, and I support the majority of this. What I oppose is that there is zero language addressing discrimination within OPDS or OPDC against the lawyers practicing in public defense. I don't know if all of you are aware, but there was a 3-year investigation led by the ACLU. The report came out in August that found that the General Counsel for Oregon Public Defense Services discriminated against 4 women. And what recently came out after the report is that women who worked at the agency who quit public defense because they were directly retaliated against by the General Counsel and listed that in their unemployment benefits, and the agency didn't fight them over this, were not allowed to participate in the investigation into discrimination and gender pay discrimination and retaliation against women attorneys working for Oregon Public Defense. We are in a crisis. There are over 5,000 unrepresented people across the state of Oregon, over 3,000 with active cases, the rest are on warrant status. And I was slightly upset that Chief Justice Flynn didn't mention the fact that this report has come out. There has been nothing done. The General Counsel remains employed. We are losing attorneys. And one of the reasons is because this retaliation that has been sustained and gender pay discrimination, nothing has been done. And I am hearing from other attorneys who are afraid to come forward and speak up because nothing has been done. So I support this, but I think there needs to be language that retaliation of any kind against practicing attorneys will not be, by the agency providing public defense, will not be tolerated. Gender discrimination, retaliation, that it has to be included. We are losing far too many attorneys. Metropolitan Public Defender, where I started, lost over 50 attorneys in a 2-year period. We have too many unrepresented people. We're losing good attorneys, and unless something is done, I mean, again, there is a report that sustains that the General Counsel retaliated, interfered with people's careers, made up reports and complaints about attorneys that prevented them from getting hired. This is the General Counsel for Oregon State Public Defense Agency. Nothing has been done. He still has his job. So I cannot support this resolution unless there is language included that we will not tolerate any kind of retaliation or discrimination on the part of the agency against the attorneys practicing in public defense. I've been practicing in public defense for 19 years, and I'm getting ready to leave. Thank you.
No, you can.
Oh, sorry.
I'll give you a moment to finish your remark.
I'm getting ready to leave because nothing has been done, and I'm not encouraging young women to go into the field because they're not protected. So that's all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for speaking. There are not, we've done away with the ability to amend an existing amendment. I do not see any further, so there's not an opportunity to amend the amendment. The amendment is as is and is before you. I do not see anyone else in the queue to speak, so we will proceed to the vote on the motion to amend Delegate Resolution Number 1. Please give us a moment to ready the vote. You'll go back to your resolution page and wait for the vote on issue to come up. Okay, it appears that the vote on issue has come up. Yeah, you'll be able to click that. We will start the 1-minute timer now. You'll have 1 minute to vote. Vote yes if you support the amendment to the resolution, no if you object to the amendment to the resolution, abstain if you prefer not to vote. 30 seconds to vote. The voting is now closed. Give us a moment to tally the vote. All right. Looks like yes votes were 141, no votes were 6, and abstentions were 15. The motion to amend delegate resolution number 1 passes. We'll go back to the resolutions page, and we will now open the floor for discussion on adoption of delegate resolution number 1 as amended. Give us a moment, and we will open the debate queue for discussion on this resolution. It appears the debate queue is now open. If you want to speak on the amended delegate resolution number 1, click the debate queue button, indicate your position and location, and click submit. Okay, thank you. If you had trouble, you can hit refresh. Okay, it does not appear that there is any further discussion. Therefore, we'll proceed to the vote on amended delegate resolution number 1. You'll return to the resolutions page. We'll give staff a moment to get voting open. It appears voting is now open. Please click on vote on the issue. We'll start our timer. Vote yes if you support the resolution as amended, no if you oppose it, and abstain if you prefer not to vote. There are 20 seconds left to vote. Five seconds left. All right, please close the voting. We'll now tally the votes. Give us a moment. All right. So you can hit the refresh button to see the vote results. It looks like there were 136 yes votes, 8 no votes, and 6 abstentions. The motion to pass as amended. Delegate Resolution 1 as amended passes. All right. Next up is Delegate Resolution number 2, presented by Danny Lang, ex officio member, Region 3. Danny?
Good morning. Danny Lang, President of the Douglas County Bar Association, which makes me an ex officio delegate from Region 3. We have made progress. We now have licensed paralegals, members of the Oregon State Bar. However, they are very limited in what they can do. I present the following evidence. First, there are about 3 million, assuming 3 million people in Oregon. If 80% of the legal needs are not met, that means 2,400,000 of our constituents are unable to afford legal representation. I would go back and mention the passage and the concerns in Delegate Resolution earlier today to support public defense funding. We need more people. The proof is that there are 2 categories, basically, landlord-tenant. Recent figures that I was provided are there are perhaps no more than 3 licensed paralegals that have qualified to do landlord-tenant. As to family law, there are latest report to me was 11, of which 9 were associated with one particular firm. So this needs to be broadened, and there's no reason why not to make it affordable for all Oregons, really, to have paralegals, licensed paralegals, do traffic violations, unemployment hearings, fish and game violations, local planning commission hearings, land use advisory, student suspension of students. A parent has a child that's having problems. Let the parent and child have a representation, which they now have been unable to afford. We do have legal aid, thank you, wonderful. But Douglas County has 105,000 people. The last count I had was that there are 3, I'll assume there's 4 staff at the Douglas County Legal Aid Office. 100,000 people, that's 1 for every 25,000 people. The need is there, and we've got the mechanism, we've got the Supreme Court approving this. So I am suggesting that we need to continue this success and broaden it, because we've made a start, but we're nowhere near the finish line. I therefore move adoption of HOD Delegate Resolution number 2. Thank you.
Thank you, Danny. There's a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
John Grant, elected delegate Region 5, I second.
John Grant, elected delegate Region 5, seconds. Now for discussion, give us a moment to open the debate queue. And I apologize, it appears that, I think it was the last round, we did have somebody in the debate queue that I missed. I apologize about that. I am refreshing. I don't know if it's subject to the internet. I did not see anyone, but I do want to apologize about missing that. So the debate, we're going to open the debate queue in a moment. Our staff's working on that. And then if you want to speak on the motion, you'll click on the debate queue button, indicate your position, location, and click submit. It is now open. Okay, as this fills in, We're going to start with the pro, move to the con, and then to the motions questions. Chair recognizes John Grant. John, please state your name and delegation.
Thank you. John Grant, elected delegate, Region 5. I strongly support this measure. As you've seen on many of the other agenda items, we have a lot of resolutions promoting access to justice and trying to support the legal needs of people across Oregon. As many of you know, I co-chaired what seems many years ago now, the Futures Task Force through the Oregon State Bar. We have strongly established that there is a severe lack of providers of affordable legal services in Oregon. We also heard Matt McKean, Budget and Finance Chair, speak earlier today about the fact that even though we have created new pathways to bar membership for attorneys, that the new members in the Oregon State Bar are only just barely keeping up with lawyer retirements or lawyers otherwise leaving the profession, and those projections are that we may not be keeping up in the future. So because it is part of the mission of the Oregon State Bar, and I'm going to read this, to advance a fair, inclusive, and accessible justice system, I strongly suggest that we need to expand the number of legal services providers available to provide access to justice in Oregon, and I think that expanding the role of licensed paralegals is an absolute no-brainer. At least studying this and getting the commission, as Danny Lang suggests, it is far past time to offer these options to Oregonians. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grant. From the con column, we have Aaron Christensen. Ms. Christensen, if you could state your name and region, and then go ahead.
I'm too short for this mic.
Oh, and we won't start the timer until we get you set up.
It's okay. I can tilt it down. I know how to do that
Okay.
much. All right. My name is Erin Christensen. I'm a delegate from Region 7. My thoughts are that there has not been enough time with the first two areas allowed in this program. There's been no evidence that addresses the areas and concerns that are being voiced about whether we are reaching the right people that have the lower income or any of that information. We're, I don't know, woefully unaware. We're just saying that it's reaching those parts, but there has not been enough time to do that. I think we need to wait longer and have more participation with the current program before even considering moving forward on any actions directed toward other legal areas. I think more time needs to be taken to see if this program reaches the goals that have been cited in the beginning for why the program should be established, and ensure that this program does not just turn into a money grab for the bigger firms and in the process put out of business smaller and solo firms. I ask that today this be a no vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Christensen. In the motions questions column, we have Theodore Reuter. Please state your name and region.
Theodore Reuter, Region 4. My question is simply, it says that there will be a budgetary impact, but it doesn't say what that budgetary impact is. Do we know? Is the budgetary impact just some staff person's going to have an additional thing put on their plate, or are we going to have to hire a new person? Are we going to have to give somebody more hours? What's that look like?
Sure, and I'll address that. So the board, we've in September, the Board of Governors met and discussed the potential financial impact of each of the HOD resolutions. The BOG voted unanimously to add financial impact to the 3 delegate resolutions noted. OSB bylaw 3.3 provides that the board must independently evaluate the financial impact of the resolution. If the board's evaluation of the financial impact differs from the sponsors, both positions must be included when the resolution is presented to the House. So these volunteer committees, or committees in general, are subject to OSB public records, public meetings, and government ethics laws. Committees established by the HOD resolution are therefore also subject to those laws. Staff helps ensure that the requirements of those laws are met. So it's a long way of getting at your question, but I want to make sure. I figured this, we all figured this would come up, and I want to be thorough in the information. So volunteers frequently rely on staff to provide background information regarding the subject of the study, as well as information about the process for developing and submitting recommendations to the appropriate decision maker. Staff are also often called on to draft the report and recommendations from the committee. Depending upon the complexity of the subject being considered, the amount of staff time and the number of staff can be significant. Even when full-time employees are not added to provide staff support, the time it takes to support a committee means other work may not get done. So what we are constantly managing is which work to work on. And when we have resolutions that come before the Board of Governors that come from the House of Delegates, it's going to cost money just like anything else that the bar is working on. We did some back of the envelope calculations. If there was a committee established, mostly of volunteers, but with both staff requirements, it's somewhere between $20,000 to $35,000 in a year. Does that address your question?
It sounds like it does. So the thought here is.
I'm sorry, I'll ask you to go to the mic, and I do want to.
My apologies. I
No.
should have just hung out there.
That's all right.
What I hear you saying is that the budgetary impact of this is somewhere between $20,000 and $30,000 per year until the committee is resolved. Is that right?
As an estimate approximation, I mean, it's really hard to look at these from the front end, and I think in any area of law, sometimes it's hard to really get your arms around what it's going to cost. But that is a fair approximation on average of what these types of committees or work groups wind up costing.
Understood. Yeah, no, I didn't think you were giving me the gospel truth here particularly. Just your best guess. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Ryder. All right. Moving over to the pro column from remote on Zoom, we have Amanda Kafel. And we will get you in. You'll accept, please, the invitation to be a presenter or panelist.
Hi, thanks for having me. I wish I could be there in person. I think this is super fun. I'm going to do what I've done before and invite every Oregon lawyer that votes against this to just, I don't know, you could just wander down to the Multnomah County Courthouse. The Legal Resource Center would be a good place for you to hang out, and you can serve people all day. You can spend every day, every evening, every weekend of your life serving poor people who desperately need legal help and can't get it. So if you don't want paralegals to do it, that's cool, but it's an open invitation for you to do it yourself instead. That's all. Thank you so much. I encourage you to vote yes.
Again, that's Amanda, just before you leave, it's Amanda Kafel, Region.
It's Caffel, rhymes with
Caffel.
raffle, because I feel lucky to be here. And I'm actually here, I'm Region 5, but I think I'm here as the chairperson of the Oregon State Bar Consumer Law section. And guess what? I bet they love what I just said too.
Thanks, Ms. Caffel.
Thanks, you guys. Have fun.
All right. Moving over to the column in person, Melissa Bobadilla.
Good morning. Just want to wait for the clock to start or just go?
You can, if you can state your name and region, and you go ahead.
My name is Melissa Bobadilla. I'm from Region 4, and I'm also here representing Oregon Trial Lawyers Association. First of all, I strongly disagree about supporting this motion. First, I'm here to share with you some points. The paraprofessional program for the landlord and tenant and family law has, as we all heard, just recently has been established not too long ago. Currently, there is not a lot of information out there to let us know how successful that program has been. Expanding this program right now is probably premature. Doesn't mean it's not probably a good idea down the road, but it probably should be entertained at another time. We need better evidence to show us if the present program is even working. Right now, we have very limited evidence, even showing us that the only area of law that has probably been benefiting from it, and it's very little, it's family. The statistics that were shown to us this morning were, 11, 9? Also, the landlord tenant, there's no evidence to show us that it has been working. On the contrary, wasn't it we heard like 2 people have only been licensed there? So maybe we need to do a better marketing of making sure those programs are getting underfoot and are being used to make sure the people that are needing it are actually getting access. The other issue I wanted to make sure we don't forget about is there was a study done, and the study was said specifically the areas of law that people needed representation in. The studies found that it was family law, and it also found that it was landlord-tenant. Again, we want to expand a program that yet we don't have evidence to show that it has actually been working. I am against this. I also urge everybody here, including my colleagues, to vote no. It is too premature to expand this program. We need to just do this later at another time when we have stronger evidence showing that what we presently even have is actually even working. We really don't have enough evidence to see whether it is or it isn't working. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bobadilla. We're going to move to the motions questions. In person, Mark Johnson Roberts, please come to the microphone, state your name, region.
Good morning, Mark Johnson Roberts, elected delegate, Region 5, former president of BAR. Mr. President, I move to table this matter for a year. If there's a second, I'll speak to the motion.
Okay, there's a motion to table this resolution. Is there a second?
Second, Sonia Montalbano.
Sorry. Okay, Sonia Montalbano, Region 5? Okay, there's a second. This means that we will open.
It's not a debatable motion.
Okay, so we have opened the voting queue, yes?
Yeah.
Okay. So you will return to your, we're going to give us a moment. You're going to return to resolutions, and we will eventually vote on the issue. Give staff a moment to get the vote open. And what you are voting on, I'm going to explain that, and we're going to go slowly. What you are voting on is to table this issue till next year. So you will vote yes if you wish to table it till next year, no if you wish to vote on it today, or abstain if you do not want to vote. And I will let you know when voting is open. Thank you.
Point of order, I believe it's a non-debatable, is that correct?
Correct.
Parliamentary.
Mm-hmm. And I think you're all set. I might have to call you back, but I can't
I'm going to
imagine.
thank you when we're done.
What's that?
I'm going to thank you when we're done.
Okay. Okay, the voting is open. You'll click on vote on issue. This is to table the resolution. If you are voting yes, it means you wish to table the resolution and bring it back next year. If you vote no, it means you wish to bring it to a vote right after this vote. And if you abstain, it means you don't want to vote on this issue. You'll have 1 minute to vote.
If the motion fails, debate can continue.
Okay. All right, all votes should be in, and we will close the voting. Voting is closed. There were 68 yes votes to table, 81 no votes to table, 5 abstention. The motion to table fails. We're now going to return to the resolutions, and we will reopen the debate queue for continued debate on HOD Resolution number 2. I have a question for staff. Do we have notes of who was in the debate queue?
It's still open.
Okay. So once we open the debate queue? Okay. Appears the debate queue is open. We finished with Mr. Johnson Roberts, which takes us over to the pro column. Garrett Ramsey, who is remote. We will send you an invite to join us online. And Mr. Ramsey, once we bring you online, we'll ask that you state your name and region.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you okay. Please state your name and region, and then you can go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. My name is Garrett Ramsey. I am an elected delegate from Region 3 here to speak in favor of the resolution. I really just want to make a couple of points. The first point is it sounds to me so far that the primary objection people have voiced to this motion is that we just don't have enough information or enough evidence about how the current licensed paralegal framework is working out. And I feel like that's kind of a questionable objection to make at this point in time, given that the motion we're considering is not to immediately approve the expansion of the licensed paralegal system, but simply to approve the creation of a committee that can investigate the expansion of the licensed paralegal system to engage in the fact-finding that would presumably allow us to make a more informed decision about whether there's a market for these services, whether it would be beneficial to the community, et cetera, et cetera. By voting no, we're essentially voting no to gathering the evidence that those opposed to the motion say we need, which is kind of self-defeating in my opinion. The other point I want to make is that I was in family law practice for several years, which is an area where I think the need for further legal services, be it from attorneys or licensed paralegals, is really obvious. I'm now working for the Medford City Attorney's Office, where I regularly get to interact with people who are engaged in traffic violation cases in Medford Municipal Court. And this is an area where there's no right to an attorney, no right to a public defender, where the amounts in controversy are often $165 or slightly more than that, where it doesn't matter how many attorneys you have, it's just never going to be economical for most people to hire an attorney to represent them in that scenario. And so how are these people going to get information? How are these people going to engage with the legal system in a productive manner when attorneys are always going to be charging way more than is actually worthwhile to represent them in a case like this? I think the licensed paralegal system has great potential to be deployed in that area. It's one of the proposals that's being made in the current resolution. And that certainly, I think it's something that's worth investigating at the very least, which is all we're being asked to do at this point. And so for those reasons, I would strongly urge all of my fellow delegates to vote in favor of the resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ramsey. Moving to the con column, we have Kelly Furr.
Those two practice areas have so many implications for the violation of civil rights. Civil rights law is a quagmire of difficulties. It often involves removal to federal court, and there are few of us that even do this work because it is so difficult. And what I worry about is at the evaluation stages that are inherent throughout representation of folks in these kinds of matters, that there are going to be significant errors by omission because you don't know what you don't know. That's why people tend to practice for years and years and years before they start to even dip a toe in the pond that is anything implicating civil rights. Similarly with land use. Land use is also quite tricky and quite difficult. And what you'll notice about the proposed practice areas versus those that were put in place in the paraprofessional program, family law and landlord-tenant law are two areas of law, for number one, that have a high frequency of matters going through the court system versus school suspensions, unemployment that implicates civil rights. They are largely pro se oriented fields that are form heavy, that are appropriate for paraprofessional level skill sets and knowledge. And so you don't see that in these other practice areas. And I disagree with the last objection made to the needing to evaluate the program as it goes forward, because as you evaluate practice areas, you do need to see, okay, well, what problems have we incurred in the current paraprofessional program and how do they inform the appropriateness of those practice areas? So with that, I encourage you to vote no on the resolution, and thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Furr. Moving over to the motions, questions, remote, we have Sarah Foroshani. And please correct me if I mispronounced your name, and thank you to those who have. Please state your name and region, and then you can go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Sarah Foroshani. I'm a delegate from Region 1. For over 10 years, I've been a public defender. I've served been part of the indigent defense community, serving folks who are historically excluded and underserved. I do have a few questions, and that's just to say that I am dedicated to serving the folks who are from the margins. But I do have a few questions that have been kind of alluded to, and I don't think we've gotten any straight answers. My first question is, how long has the current program been active? That's for family law and landlord-tenant. The second question is, do we have any evidence of its success? And the third question, if not, is it because it's due to, do we have any current funding to investigate and analyze the success of the current program? Thank you.
Thank you,
And sorry, just one thing. Maybe some of those, it's been in some materials or previously alluded to as well, or more clear. I just missed it if we have addressed it. So I apologize for that. Thank you.
No, thank you very much. So this program has been active status for about a year. We welcomed the first paraprofessionals this May with a swearing in. In terms of the success, and I think that's probably the short version, keeping in mind our time, is the anticipation by the Bar and Board of Governors is that this is a program that will take time. And there is a host of information available on the Bar's website. I will turn it over to you in just a moment if there's anything to add. But this is a program that will take a number of years to self-support itself. And before we get enough folks actually taking on the role as paraprofessionals, it will be funded by the Bar. Do you have anything to add? Or?
Just to add on to the measures, and I just want to make sure that we're clear on the actual numbers. We currently have 12 licensed paralegals, and we have 20 more in the pipeline. So they are active applications pending at various different parts of the process. And then second, with respect to measures, we have not instituted currently any measures regarding success. We are developing those measures right now, and we'll start measuring success next year. So in terms of funding, is there any funding for that? I mean, it's part of the overall funding of the Bar. I guess I would say that.
Thank you, Helen. All right, continuing with debate, in the pro column, in person, Mike Truesdale. We approach the mic, state your name and region, and then you can go ahead.
Good morning. Mike Truesdale from Region 8. I'm speaking in favor of this, and I echo what was commented on earlier about the fact that what I read this resolution to do is not to necessarily expand services at this point, but to study, to get more information. And as the comments that I've heard about in opposition to this were that there's not a need to expand right now because we don't know enough information yet. And it seems to me that gathering the information is important for us to make a determination what and how and whether these programs should be expanded. And it very well may be that the gathering of this information may reveal that the expansion isn't appropriate for certain subject areas, and that's fine. But the point is that at this point, the question is, do we study more? And more information is always more valuable as far as I'm concerned. So I stand in favor of the resolution, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Truesdale. Moving to the con column, we have Sonia Montalbano in person. Again, please state your name and region, and then you can go ahead.
Sonia Montalbano from Region 5. First of all, I want to say I have great respect for Mr. Lang and the work he does, bringing important issues to the attention of the House of Delegates. And I also agree that as a bar, we need to do everything we can to provide more legal service providers to those in need. However, in my experience, people often let their good intentions get ahead of practical realities. Do we all remember Measure 110? I agree that the current program has not had enough time to be vetted. Until then, I'd rather see the money that we'd spend looking into this donated to the Campaign for Equal Justice, especially since we'll have a better idea of how it's working within a year. Some of these areas, I'm reiterating what has already been said, but I work in some of these areas, and I cannot emphasize enough, they have significant consequences on people's lives, especially unemployment and school suspensions. These are not simple areas of law. And what I'm concerned about is expanding the areas that paraprofessional services can deal with without evidence that it's already working into areas these people have negative outcomes because of the lack of the level of expertise that these areas require. And then who is going to help them with an appeal? Paraprofessionals cannot appear before the Court of Appeals, and we already don't have enough lawyers to help these people. And so while I wish very much that the motion to table had passed, it did not. And so I am encouraging my colleagues to vote no at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Montalbano. In the motions, questions column, again, we have John Grant.
John Grant, Region 5. I move to call the question.
Thank you. John, can you stay up there for a second? You're moving to end debate?
Yes, I am.
Okay, and so I have 3 people in the queue right now, and this is something that I've discussed. What I'm wondering is, would you allow, would you table that, are you interested in tabling that motion to allow the 3 individuals in the queue to speak? And then we'll return at the end of these 3 individuals that are currently in the queue?
No, I'm moving to call the question now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do we have a second? Can you please state your name and region?
Excuse me, Victory Walker, Region 3.
Victory Walker, Region 3. Thank you. We have a motion to end debate and a second. You will return to your resolutions. Give us a moment to get our vote button up. This is the 2/3, yeah. Okay. And for those keeping score, when we do vote to end debate, it requires a 2/3 motion. So it requires 2/3 majority. So when we get the button up, if you are voting yes, you're voting to end debate. If you're voting no, you're voting to continue the debate. And if you abstain, you are abstaining from this particular vote. Okay, voting is now open. Again, you'll vote yes if you wish to end debate, no if you do not, and abstain if you don't want to vote. You'll have 1 minute to vote. Thirty seconds are left in voting. Five seconds left. And the voting is now closed. Give us a moment to tally the results. This motion will require a 2/3 vote to pass.
This is a 2/3 vote.
Mm-mm.
To end debate? I think it is.
Okay. Have we tallied?
Yep.
Voting is now tallied, 89 yes votes, 51 no votes, 9 abstentions. The vote requires 2/3 vote to pass. It does not have that, it fails. We will return to the resolutions and to the debate queue. Give us a moment to get that up. It appears the debate queue is open. And we, retained the previous order. So we're going to start in person, Mark Johnson Roberts from the con column. And again, if you can please state your name and region before you speak, that'd be great.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, Mark Johnson Roberts, elected delegate, Region 5. Fellow delegates, I hate to even be up here giving this talk. I support this program. I think that the scope of practice very well ought to be expanded. The need, as has been pointed out, is enormous. But it's also been pointed out by our Chief Executive Officer that we have a committee studying this matter. The committee is called the Board of Governors. They are already working on the process. They will do so when it's time. It's not time yet. As she says, the standards are being developed. The Supreme Court also will likely support expansion of this program. Finally, I'll add this, again, it's a Board of Governors issue. The way this system works, the program works, the paralegals go to school, they pass an exam like the bar exam, and then they have another 20 hours of educational credit that they have to achieve during the first year and a half of their practice. I'm currently involved in developing that curriculum for the family law paralegals. And I got to tell you, it is an enormous project developing 20 hours of continuing education. We have divided it into about 10 hours that's background information relevant to both practice areas, and another 10 hours that's specifically focused on the particular practice area that the paralegal has chosen to practice. Again, this is a budgetary item, like other things we've talked about. The CLE seminars program simply can't absorb anywhere near this much stuff right away. It'll have to be done stepwise. And the people most in the best position to make that determination, to allocate the resources, to decide what's first, what's later, what's not happening, is the Board of Governors. So I do not see a purpose in this committee, and I ask you to vote no on the motion, much as I hate to.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson Roberts. Next, from the con column, Nicholas Yanchar from remote.
Yes, this is Nicholas Yanjar, ex officio delegate representing BOG Region 5. Can everyone hear me?
We can.
Perfect, thank you. So I move for ask for everybody to vote no on this, and I wanted to give a little bit of background on a couple of things. First, this exact same ask was made last year as well. Nothing has really changed from that point, other than the fact that we have now seen some paralegals get sworn in and start doing the job that they have gone into doing. It has been less than a year. Last year, we also tabled it. And we're back here. The same reason that we tabled it last year is we didn't have enough information. We hadn't even had the paralegals sworn in yet. And we don't even know how the program is going to function or work yet. It has been less than a year. Anybody who knows anything about implementing something new, if you start implementing something new and then trying to spread it around everywhere you can, it gets watered down. It doesn't work. It may collapse. You just don't know. And spending $25,000 to $30,000 to see whether or not it's working with less than a year under its belt seems very cavalier and negligible. As a side note, I know me saying this might be interesting, but I am one of the probably few attorneys in the bar that I worked as a paralegal for about 6 years before I even went to law school. I managed a large firm paralegal staff of 22 paralegals. I even took, at that time, there was a special exam you could take to up yourself as a paralegal, but not be a practicing attorney and not being able to do the things that we have allowed in Oregon paralegals to be able to do. So I have high respect for paralegals. I understand them. I've been in their shoes. I know what it's like. I also know what it's like to work for attorneys who've never been a paralegal, or do people think that paralegals are certain positions. And what I'm saying is, if we're trying to expand paralegals to become mini attorneys in all these areas, it's just going to create more work for all of us, because what's going to happen is that the paralegals are not going to be able to necessarily know where their lines are, and then unfortunately maybe not do something correct. And then we are going to still have the more work to fix it. And so my whole point in saying this is that it's a little too early to do this. This is something we should be bringing up in about a couple years, but not right now, with less than a year, with not enough information to even research if we wanted to. Thank you. I again urge everyone to vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. Continuing with the con column in person, I'll invite Kate Teague up to the microphone. And then just a reminder to please begin with your name and region.
Good afternoon or morning. Kay Teague, Region 4. Most of us here today and online are lawyers. And what does that mean? What we do for a living means that we are risk evaluators. Part of being a risk evaluator means evaluating our data points and the evidence that we do have. The other part of being a good risk evaluator is managing your finances responsibly. All of us, particularly the fiscal responsibility hawks out there, should be voting no on this resolution. They said the program has been up for a year, and we will need years of data, or years for the program to be in existence before we have that data. We don't need to assign a work group for another $20,000 to $30,000 that will come out of our pockets to assess and evaluate data that the bar is already going to compile simply by having the program be in existence. That is a waste of our money. Let's just let the bar do its job and reevaluate this when we actually have that information as to whether the program that currently exists is actually achieving the goals that we wanted in the first place. Yes, we all need a resolution to the issues plaguing the underserved in Oregon, particularly in rural areas. But throwing good money after a problem over and over again doesn't necessarily resolve it. Patience and consistency and constantly checking in on what we're doing is a more appropriate and frugal response to address our problems, so that when we are taking action, we're taking targeted action that actually is going to help people, and we're not wasting our money as attorneys to erode the practice of law. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is David Wu in person from the con column. Please come up to the microphone. And as a reminder, state your name and region. Oh, I thought.
Oh, KT.
No, Kate just spoke. And is Mr. Wu here? Oh, okay. Oh, he's. Okay, that's odd. Well, I will happily move on. Last, we have Catherine Clark, who is appearing remote. Give us a moment, and we will bring you into the meeting. Okay, it looks like Can we resend her the invitation? Perhaps that was an error? And you'll, Ms. Clark, you'll accept the invitation, which will bring you in.
Declined again.
Okay, well, in the meantime, it looks like Nicholas Yanchar's in the motions questions column. And Ms. Clark, if you do still want to speak, please leave your name in the column. We'll try and come back to you. If you don't, please remove it, and then I will know that you are not wishing to speak anymore. So can we go over to Nick?
Yes, move to end debate and call the question unless Ms. Clark does come back.
Okay, Nick, are you okay if we give Ms. Clark a moment to see if maybe Mr. Johnson could try her one more time? Are you okay
Yes.
if we table this? And the reason I ask is, as I did before, if we can get through that, then we won't need to call for a vote to move to end debate because there'll be no further discussion. Is that okay with you, Nick?
That is 100% okay with me.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
All right, so we will try, okay. So, Ms. Clark, I apologize if you are wishing to speak. We've sent 3 invitations which have been declined. Technology is great, but certainly not perfect. And bar staff is working hard to make sure that we can host this hybrid meeting, which allows everyone to attend at what works best for them. But I apologize, it does not appear like we can get you in. So I will note that discussion is closed and we will move for a vote on this issue. So you'll proceed back to the resolutions page and give staff a moment to open up voting on this issue. I will, once we open voting, you are voting on the resolution itself. Yes to pass the resolution, no to oppose the resolution, and abstain if you do not wish to vote on this issue. I'll let you know when voting is open. It appears it's open. You can go ahead and click on vote on issue and you'll have 1 minute to vote. And I'm hearing that there may be some issues with voting. Please continue voting. I'm gonna just give us a little bit time past the bell to allow folks to get their vote in. We're just gonna allow for 15 more seconds for folks to get their vote in. I'll close voting at 20. Okay, we are now going to close voting. Give us a moment to tally the results. If I was really on it, I'd have some traveling music, but I apologize, maybe next year. We good? Okay. So the voting is now tallied. We have 30 yes votes, 118 no votes, 3 abstentions. The motion fails. I do want to thank everyone for the debate that occurred. Thank you for your contributions. So we do have lunch ordered, but it's my feeling that we've got to just keep moving this train along. If you need a bathroom break, please take it. But if we take a break, it's going to go from a 5-minute to a 15 or 20. So we're going to keep going. But I think we will potentially take, I'll take a straw poll on whether we should break for lunch. Next up is Delegate Resolution number 3, presented by past President Vanessa Nordyke, Delegate from Region 6.
Good morning, folks. It is great to be back with you today, my peers in the Oregon legal profession. My name is Vanessa Nordyke, Delegate for Region 6, Bar President 2018, and now the Executive Director of CASA of Marion County. CASA Marion County is a 501c3 nonprofit, and our sole mission is to stand up for abused and neglected children in foster care pursuant to ORS 419B.112. In case you don't have that statute committed to memory, we do have some information about that in my resolution today. But in essence, this is all about standing up for foster care children. A CASA is an acronym, and it means Court-Appointed Special Advocates. The research shows that less than half of all foster youth in the state of Oregon graduate from high school or earn a GED, 49%. We also know that foster youth face heightened risks of incarceration, addiction, homelessness, and worse. There is a CASA program in every county. So if you practice law in the state of Oregon, your county circuit court has CASAs who are appearing in court as the legal parties on behalf of foster care children. We're not sitting in the back. We're sitting in the front. We are sitting shoulder to shoulder with the juvenile attorneys to stand up for children in foster care. We are not a nice-to-have charity. We are required by Oregon law. ORS Chapter 419B112 states that a court-appointed special advocate is required in every case under ORS Chapter 419B. Our statutory mandate comes with statutory duties, requiring our CASAs to investigate all relevant information in the case, ensure that all relevant facts are brought before the court, and monitoring all court orders to ensure compliance, and more. This is why one of my local judges in Marion County calls us the eyes and ears of the court. And our programs get real results. But don't take my word for it. Take the word of the Marion County Circuit Court judges who recently completed a survey. 2 of our juvenile judges completed that survey, and both found that information provided by CASAs in those cases is, quote, extremely valuable. So we invite you, every one of you, to consider becoming a CASA. Yes, you, lawyers, can be court-appointed special advocates. So can your paralegals and other legal professionals. Anyone in our legal profession would make an outstanding CASA. You get to review discovery, prepare court reports, examine witnesses, and advocate for children in court. So this is a great opportunity if you are looking for more courtroom experience. This is great for new lawyers. This is a great way for your paralegals to gain more experience as well. And I invite you to look to the Oregon CASA Network's website to find out where your local program is. Now, this may be a statutory mandate, but the state took the additional step of creating a statewide CASA fund under ORS Chapter 184498. But here's the problem. Despite creating the statutory mandate, despite creating the statutory fund, the state then dropped the ball and never fully funded the CASA program. The Oregon CASA Network estimates that we would need $20 million per legislative biennium to fully fund the need to provide a CASA for the thousands of children in foster care statewide, about 5,000 children. Without fully funding this program, CASAs cannot recruit, train, and supervise the CASAs needed to represent every single one of these babies, children, and young adults who find themselves, through no fault of their own, in foster care. This lack of funding is a real threat to access to justice for one of our most vulnerable populations, with disproportionate impacts on our children of color. So, I will then stop here, and I will be making a resolution. I will be making an amendment to this resolution, but for now, I urge you to consider supporting this concept. My goal here, on behalf of the Oregon CASA Network, is to raise awareness, first and foremost, that we exist and that we need your help statewide. Thank you.
Thank you. I take that as you're moving the resolution.
I am.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Ryan Collier, Region 6.
Ryan Collier, Region 6, seconds. Thank you. And before we move to discussion, I want to turn it back to you, Ms. Nordyke, for an opportunity to move a proposed amendment to the resolution.
Thank you so much. So this proposed resolution has been provided to the bar in advance. And as I understand it, that will be on screen for folks. So in consultation with the bar staff, the Bar Council has advised that in their interpretation that some of what I'm asking for falls outside mandatory bar activity, namely asking for fundraising support. And I'm willing to concede that and remove that from the proposed resolution. So the red line proposal that you see in front of you, that is the Oregon State Bar Council's red line proposal. I accept that, and I've spoken with my co-presenters, and everyone who was able to get back to me said, yes, we support the amendments. So I support the amendments, my supporters support the amendments, and I'm hopeful that you will as well. Even though this will now remove our funding ask, we still retain the core message, which is to raise awareness about who we are and what we do, and to urge you to look into what we do at CASA of Marion County, CASA of Coos County, CASA of Multnomah County, and so on, and see how we can all do better to increase access to justice for our foster youth statewide.
Thank you, Ms. Nordyke. Do we have a second to the motion to amend?
Ryan Collier, Region 6.
Ryan Collier, Region 6, seconds the motion to amend. So on your screen, if you hit the refresh, you'll see the amendments. Red strikeout are the removals, blue are the additions. As we've done with amendments, what I want to ask now is, are there any objections, or is anyone seeking to discuss this motion such that we open the debate and vote? If yes, raise a hand, either in person or on Zoom, and if no, it will pass unanimously. I'll give you all a moment. Hearing no objections, the motion to amend Delegate Resolution Number 3 passes by unanimous consent. So now we will open the floor for discussion on adoption of Delegate Resolution Number 3 as amended. Thank you, Vanessa. So you can give staff a moment. We will open the debate queue if anyone wishes to speak on this issue. You have
I'd like to speak on.
Okay.
This is on the motion.
Yeah, it looks like Mike's helping you with that. Yeah, we're gonna follow we don't have the debate queue. Mike's got you. Okay, debate queue is open. Okay, looks like the debate queue's open. Danny Lang is in person for motions, questions. Mr. Lang, would you approach the microphone, state your name, region, and then you can go ahead.
Thank you. Danny Lang, President of the Douglas County Bar Association, which makes me an ex officio delegate from Region 3. This is very well intended. I think it may implicate Keller because it's politically advocating for children, which is wonderful. I mean, I couldn't believe in something more. But I also had a real life experience where a woman gave birth to a child. That child was removed from her breast while she was still in the hospital in the first 24 hours. I defended her, trying to get her child back. The CASA advocates opposed the mother because 5 years earlier, when she was married to a different man, the child didn't thrive. That was very bad. But at the end of the hearing, and CASA was there and spoke, they actually had an attorney, and Judge Milliken in Douglas County said, well, Mr. Lang, you're right. There's no evidence that this mother can't properly take care of this child. But I'm going to remove this child just in case, based on the advocacy. And part of that advocacy was by CASA. So again, it's a wonderful intention. I don't mean to oppose that at all. But family law is often contentious. And sometimes when we get outsiders interceding into a family affair, it can have harm the other way. So I think there's a political overtone. I expect this will pass, but I just wanted to put on the record my concerns that maybe we're venturing into something that has political implications that further implicate Keller. I'm sorry to have to speak to you a second time or today, but thank you anyway for listening to me.
Thank you, Mr. Lang. I'm just checking the debate queue and hitting refresh myself to make sure we're not missing anyone. It does not appear anybody else is in the debate queue. So with no further discussion, we'll proceed to a vote on the amended delegate resolution number 3. Please give us a moment to ready the vote. You will return to your resolutions page.
Ted Reuter is in the queue.
Oh, okay. All right, thank you. Okay. So we were informed that Mr. Reuter was in the queue? Are you?
I may have been slightly late, so if you want to move forward, that's okay.
No, I especially, there's no harm in having you come up to the microphone and stating your name, region, and you can go ahead. As long as you don't move to call a question.
I won't do that. I have two questions. The first is, I don't see a statement one way or the other as to whether this resolution is going to have a budgetary impact. Do we expect there to be one in relation to this?
We do not.
Okay. The second question I have is related to the Keller point that Mr. Lang brought up, and that is, it's my understanding that CASA almost universally supports the position of DHS in these proceedings. Does anybody know whether that's true? Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Nordyke. And just for the folks at home, Vanessa Nordyke, Region 6 answered that is not true. So we are going to get the vote ready. Go ahead, Helen.
The other thing that I would note is, just to reinforce what Ms. Nordyke said, the board did look at this and didn't see any Keller concerns beyond those that were changed. So to the extent that people feel like there are Keller concerns, it's the board's feeling that the amendments address any Keller concerns that they had.
Thank you, Helen. All right, so we're going to get the vote up.
More people? There's another person in the queue.
Okay. My apologies. I don't know if it's my computer, but there's someone else in the queue. Can we pull up Janae Bly from the con column? And sorry, Susan, if you could set the, yeah, you got it. Thank you. Take your time.
Hi, can you all hear me?
We can. Could you please state your name, region, and then you'll have 3 minutes.
So Janae Bly, Region 3. So my comments are fairly short. No, CASA does not always support the position of DHS. However, in my experience, and I've been practicing in juvenile law for about 10 years, it is most common that they do support the position of DHS because their role in this is to tell the court what they believe is the best interest of the child without regard to any other party's position. The reason why I am not in support, now don't get me wrong, CASA does wonderful work. I just don't believe that it is the bar's job to raise awareness about CASA. And that is because one, they're typically not attorneys. Two, the CASA that goes out and see the kids, they are volunteers. And while those volunteers may be attorneys, I do believe that even though they are not required to support DHS's position, that there are color issues because like 85-90% of the time they do. That's all the comments I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bly. Just give me a moment to make sure we've got no one else in the queue. We good to go to voting? Okay. So we're going to bring this to a vote. You can return to the resolutions page and give staff a moment to vote on the issue or to get that button ready to go. And then I did hear that there has been some concerns about getting in to vote through staff, and so we're just going to throw another 15 seconds to make sure that we can capture all the votes. It appears that voting is open. You can go ahead and click on vote on issue. Vote yes to pass the resolution as amended. Vote no if you're against it, and abstain if you do not wish to vote on the issue again. Once you vote, you cannot resubmit your vote.
Mr. Chair, point of order.
Go ahead.
Ryan Collier, Region 6. In the voting queue, it says POG Resolution 3, Amendment 1. I want to clarify that we're voting on the actual resolution, not simply the amendment.
Yes.
Can we pause the timer for a second? That's a yes. You are voting on the resolution, not on the, as you are voting on the resolution as amended. You are not voting to amend the resolution. We have that correct?
Does that require a reset? So some people thought that they were voting on the amendment.
Yes, the staff is resetting it now.
So we need to vote again. Still says amendment 1.
Did you hit refresh?
It's only on the results screen.
Okay, so we're not calling for. Okay. Okay, so the voting is open, it has been open. It is very clear that this is voting on, when I say clear, to all that are voting, that we are voting on the resolution as amended. And that's how I'm going to take this vote, regardless of what it says.
President, to clarify, if we already voted, we should vote again? Okay, that's
Yes.
my experience.
Thank you. If you already voted, you should not be voting again.
The only concern is if some people were confused and voted in opposition.
I'm gonna, I will, let's run this vote down, and then I'll see if there's any significant confusion. It's interesting, I've been a member of the HOD for 10 years, and when we decide how do we run our meetings, we can decide whether we bring everybody back, as we used to, and the cards were great. We can do it all remote, or we can have this hybrid. And the BOG decided that the hybrid was the way to get everyone involved, while inviting folks to come back, because really it's a nice time for us all to get together. It's a rarity that we get a group this large together. Being on this side of the fence, in terms of seeing the technology that the staff is actually utilizing, I just have tremendous gratitude and a whole lot of grace for what they're working through, because this does require, we are closing the voting, this does require just acrobatics behind the scenes to make sure that the correct vote's up, that everything runs smoothly, that the debate queues up, and just a nice opportunity to just offer some gratitude to bar staff for putting this all together. Having seen from this side, I don't know if that's, I'm a fan of in-person. I'm gonna say, yeah. So we are tallying the results. David, would it be possible, Joshua Lay has his hand up. Would it be possible to invite him in as a panelist so that he could speak? Okay, thank you.
Hi, so I just, for purposes of integrity of the vote, I wanted to bring to your attention, at the time that I submitted my vote, it said we were voting on the motion to amend. And I assume that the majority of the people who voted before me also were doing that. I know you've later clarified it, but at the time I thought I was voting on the amendment, not on the actual vote. So I don't know if we need to redo it.
Joshua, Mr. Lay, what's your region?
I'm an elected delegate from Region 6. I apologize.
Okay, and you thought you were voting on the motion to amend, which we had already passed?
That was what it said. I refreshed it, voting open, and it said that we were voting on the amendment to the motion, not on it as amended. It changed after I submitted my vote.
And if you don't mind, was your vote different among the two?
I just didn't know if for purposes of this being, a bona fide vote on the actual issue, if we need to change that, since it seems.
I'm just trying to determine if we need to re-vote. So was your vote, was your vote different on the two items?
No, not for me personally, but
Okay,
a significant number of people appear to have voted when the information in front of them was incorrect.
That's going to be my next question. So other than Mr. Lay, was there anyone confused? Mr. Lay, I do appreciate you bringing this to our attention. By a show of hands, either in person or on Zoom, is there anyone confused by their vote, what they were voting for? And I'm just trying to make sure we can do a re-vote, not a big deal. So I'm going to defer to you and.
Yeah, you're fine.
Huh? Yeah, fine? Okay.
There is one online, though. Two.
All right, so just to protect the integrity of the process, and I apologize for doing this, thank you to those online who mentioned it. I would like to call for a re-vote so that there's clarity and no ambiguity. And thank you to those who brought this issue up. Let's set the timer for 1:15. Let's not start it quite yet. We will go back to the resolutions page, give staff a moment to open voting. And it will take a few minutes. So while I have you here and we give staff time and this way they don't feel rushed. So we did order lunch, and my question is we can do a half-hour break, and I'm just going to do this for the folks in the room, and if that's okay with the folks on Zoom, we can do a half-hour break. We can do a 10-minute break so you can get lunch and come back, or we can do no break and you all can filter out. So while we let staff do its thing, who wants to just, by a show of hands in here, who wants to just keep moving? You can get lunch as you see fit and come back. Okay.
Yes, unanimous
Thank you.
consent.
That's strong. This is why I love the cards from back in the day. Anyone?
Online people.
Huh?
What about the online people?
Well, I'm trying. I'm really trying. You can sit here next year. Okay. I think it's pretty unanimous that the goal is to be efficient with our time. For those of you online, please take the time you need to get lunch or to step outside and take a break. Yeah, no, I'm getting there. I haven't been told. We're still giving staff a moment to take their time to make sure we get this right. And then we'll just proceed through.
The way that the vote reads, it's a little confusing because it's dash amendment 1.
Yeah, so I don't want anybody like, I've been in that seat. Please don't, speed refresh. I'll let you know when voting's open. I think they're working to fix that particular issue, Mike.
It's not ready.
It's not ready. That's why I'm saying please don't go in and vote. Voting is now open. We will put 75 seconds on the clock. Vote yes to pass the resolution as amended. Vote no if you oppose it. Abstain if you don't wish to vote. We will start the timer now, please. John, you have a point of order?
It still says Amendment 1. Just want to make sure everybody knows this is for the resolution as amended.
That is correct. I don't want to do this again. You are not, the amendment is long past. We are voting on the resolution as amended. Yes to pass, no to oppose.
Yeah, that needs to change and also the itself, it says dash.
Mm-hmm. There's 20 seconds left in the vote. right, we are now closing the voting. I'll ask staff to tally the results. Give us a second for that. All right, voting is closed and tallied. There are 91 yes votes, 26 no votes, 22 abstentions. The motion passes. Thank you. All right, next up, so we are proceeding, so I'll just ask to keep it down if you can. We're moving on to delegate resolution number 4. Here to present the resolution is Danny Lang, ex officio member from HOD Region 3.
Danny Lang, Douglas County Bar Association President. Therefore, I'm a ex officio delegate from Region 3.
We hold the, can we hold the timer for Danny? Thank you. We're just gonna close the doors so we can.
Start again?
Yeah, give us a second. All right, and I'll just ask that we keep it down in here just because up here you can hear quite a bit. All right, Danny, go ahead.
Danny Lang, President of the Douglas County Bar Association. Therefore, I'm here as an ex officio delegate from Region 3. Participation with our Oregon State Bar, I've learned that student debt coming out of law school is a major problem, and I believe we're having a shrinkage in law students and correspondingly a reduction in our bar membership, that there are more people retiring than replacements coming in at a time when we've all agreed access to justice is critical. And so one of the factors that I've looked at is the economics. And I created the Umpqua Community College Paralegal Program, which is 100% online. And it leads to a 2-year degree in paralegal studies. So I can see from our debate earlier today, there's concerns about paralegals. I'm not going back into that. But we perhaps need to allow some competition with the existing law schools to keep the cost down. And if we were to use the model of the Umpqua Community College Paralegal Program, which has been a success, then we could have online law school classes, which are great for remote areas of Oregon. I'm speaking first and foremost from Douglas County and the rural areas, the rural-urban divide. And so to have to drive 60, 80 miles every time there's a class is just not going to work. But if we had Oregon's accredited law schools, then we could have more students from Oregon participate. They'd stay here because if it's just Oregon accredited, they probably wouldn't have reciprocity with other states. And they'd stay home because they'd be able to stay home or stay in their hometown while going to law school and stay there after they graduate and pass the bar and so on. So I think we just need to take another look at all this because we're short of public defenders. Even the district attorney's office in Douglas County has 11 positions, of which 6 have been filled only. 1 more left yesterday, so that may mean 5. Something's wrong. Let's be futuristic. And let's take a look at this option of having our own law schools. Oregon is a state that I love because it's known for its initiatives, for its being the first in the nation to move forward. I will comment about the financial impact concerns. We do a lot of work, all of you here, and all the people online today, and the committees that do the work are all volunteers. So if we're really serious about access to justice, then we shouldn't worry too much about $20,000, $30,000. I was on the committee headed by retired Judge Thompson, Kristen Thompson, and we worked for a year and a half to get the licensure approved through the Supreme Court. And that, nobody said, let's abort that because it's costing some money. Where are our priorities? Are our priorities what our mission statement says, what our bylaws is, our purpose? Access to justice, diversity. You know, with diversity, we can address diversity because I'm proposing you get a law degree and become a member of the bar for $30,000 total cost, not come out with student debt of $330,000. That means a lot of blue-collar folks, a lot of rural folks, a lot of minority people are going to qualify, are going to be able to join us as members of the bar, not the desert that it is right now out there in rural Oregon. I get phone calls every day, and I can't refer people because there just not enough lawyers. So let's open a pipeline, and all this is to look at it. Have another group, take a look. These are volunteers, and if we can do it, I would be interested in being one of the founders, as are some of my brothers and sisters in Douglas County, of starting it through a building that's already existing. So maybe we could go forward with this. I ask you to simply consider it, study it, futuristically. Thank you very much. And I also want to thank everyone for allowing me to be here so often. This is a bit emotional, but I consider all of you, all of my brothers and sisters in the bar, as my family. Thank you again. I move Resolution 4 into the passage.
Thank you, Danny. Thank you, Danny, and we appreciate you and your work and heart. Is there a second for the motion? Please state your name and region. John Slosher, Region 5. Thank you very much. Now for discussion. So give us a moment, and staff will open the debate queue. Debate queue is now open. If you want to speak on the motion, click the debate queue button, indicate your position and location, and click submit. As folks fill in, I'm gonna take the first one I see, which is from the con column in person. Carl Mueller. Perfect. Carl, if you don't mind stating your full name and region before you speak.
Hi, Carl Miller, out of state, which I believe makes you Region 8. My home office is in LA County, where there are quite a few California accredited law schools. Some of my good friends and attorneys I've litigated with and against went to California accredited law schools. There's a lot of them. There's a lot of them. But every single one of those attorneys will agree that they have not done anything to reduce the price of law school or increase access to law. Most of the California accredited law schools, maybe not most, many of them are for-profit, are plagued with low bar passage rates, and while there are a lot of good lawyers that come out of them, there's a lot of frustrated and I think students who feel like they were sold a bill of goods that come out of them. So that's all I have to say on it. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Miller. Just refresh this. It looks like we have Mike Truesdale in the pro column.
guess it's afternoon now. Good afternoon. Thank you for letting me present. I'm Mike Truesdale from Region 8. I'm from Austin, Texas, and so don't hold that against me, please. As I said earlier on the paralegal presentation, I am always in favor of getting more information. And as I read this resolution, it's a recommendation that we study the feasibility. And it seems to me that is the purpose of a bar organization, is to allocate its resources to find ways to make its services more accessible, et cetera. And so I just state that I'm in favor of using our resources to explore the feasibility of making this happen. Again, this isn't a call for creation of accredited law schools. It's a call for studying the feasibility of that. And I'm always in favor of more information. So with that, I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Truesdale. Moving to the con column, Kyle Schicchetti in person. I'll be saying this in my sleep. Please state your name and region before you speak.
Can I use it, please?
Sure.
Kyle Schicchetti, Board of Governors, Region 8. While the Board of Governors has not or does not take a position on this particular resolution, the Board of Governors received a letter yesterday afternoon from 3 Oregon Law School deans opposing Delegate Resolution Number 4. None of the deans could attend today's meeting, so I have offered to summarize their opposition. The purported goal of creating a state-specific accreditation system for law schools is to improve access to justice by reducing law school costs and increasing attorney availability in underserved areas. The authors note that 3 new bar initiatives already address similar goals. First, the licensed paralegal program aims to expand legal services and is still in its early stages. Second, the supervised practice portfolio examination, an alternative licensing path, intends to attract attorneys to rural areas and increase diversity within the profession. Though only recently implemented, the initial results show promise. Third, the bar's new lawyers division has launched initiatives to encourage rural practice with strong interest from students across Oregon's law schools. In addition, Oregon has expanded the loan repayment assistance program for those practicing in rural areas. The authors note that these initiatives are too recent for their full impact to be known. The bar should evaluate them before pursuing a costly new accreditation system. The authors also note that the U.S. Department of Education's new regulations on debt-to-earnings ratios for graduates provide prospective students with data to assess the value of the law schools. This transparency may encourage all institutions to focus on providing education with strong return on investment. Finally, while acknowledging that ABA standards are not perfect, the authors argue that these standards ensure minimum quality and accountability in legal education. They question what ABA standards would be modified in an Oregon-specific system, raising concerns about potential declines in educational quality and consumer protection. Building a parallel accreditation system would likely be complex, costly, and may not justify the effort given existing measures to improve access to justice. In conclusion, the authors urge the House of Delegates to reject Delegate Resolution Number 4. Thank you.
Thank you, Kyle. In the motions questions column, Theodore Reuter.
Theodore Reuter, Region 4. I just want to confirm, like the paralegal program, we would anticipate an expense of somewhere to $20,000 to $30,000 for this?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reuter. Moving to the pro column, Rachel Phillips in person. Again, please state your name and region before speaking.
Thank you. Rachel Phillips, Region 5, House of Delegates. Thank you. I didn't go to law school till I was 36, and I got accepted to a number of law schools and couldn't afford to go to most of them. And I moved here because Lewis and Clark gave me a partial scholarship, and I had to delay entry for a year because I couldn't afford to move here for the first year. And this is just a study, but we have 5,000 unrepresented people across the state of Oregon right now. We are losing public defenders, we're losing district attorneys, and we have a real need for diversity in the profession as well. And so opening this up for a study, and again, I worked all 3 years of law school. My first year, I was working at a bar, and we would close the bar at 1. I would go home and I would study until 2 or 3 in the morning, sleep for a few hours, and then get up and go to my 9 a.m. class. And I'm not the only one I know that did that. I had a lot of classmates that did that. And we need more diversity, we need more attorneys, and I think this is a really good step in that direction, and I support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Phillips. Moving to the con column, the chair recognizes Media Past OSB President Leanne Donaldson, who's appearing remote.
Good afternoon, Leanne Donaldson, Region 5, and I'm getting a nod, so that means that David can hear me. I am not a member of the HOD, but as someone who's been intimately involved in the processes of what it means to study something and to develop a new program, I am concerned that this resolution would cost a decent amount of money, but it would also take important time from our existing staff to develop this program and research this program potentially. And I, as a fiduciary for the bar and also looking for the best of what the bar's employees, I would urge the delegates to vote no at this time. I applaud Danny Lang. I believe he is a visionary in many ways, but I agree with the deans that we have so many balls up in the air, so many new programs that we're addressing, and this would take away focus from our staff on those existing programs, and it would be a detriment, I believe, to those existing programs. So I urge all of those who can vote no to do so. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Donaldson. Continuing the con column, John Devlin here in person.
Thank you. John Devlin, Region 5. I'm hoping that my fellow delegates are already planning to vote this down, but just in case you're not, while I was waiting, I found an article on the U.S. News website from 2024 that said that a report by the State Bar of California found that 67% of graduates from ABA-accredited law schools passed the State Bar in 2022, while state-accredited law schools had a bar passage rate of 21%, and unaccredited law schools, totally unaccredited, had a 9% bar passage rate. The report also found that students of unaccredited law schools are far more likely to drop out of law school. So diluting the legal education available to people in Oregon is not the solution to a valid problem that people have raised, that is spending the time and the money to make our ABA accredited law schools more available to more students. If they need to expand, they can expand, but we need to support those law schools and not open up another pathway. And the other thing I heard just sitting here that sort of sent a chill down my spine was the idea that some of these institutions would be for-profit institutions. And I can tell you that in the legal work that I do, where I, among other things, deal with jail medical providers all across the country who come in and serve for a for-profit motive. And there's all kinds of other examples that I'm sure many of you are familiar with, that when people with a profit motive get their fingers in different things, the results are not usually good for the consumers, including various class actions and different things that have been done against other forms of education. I'm thinking of culinary schools and these other things when for-profit providers get involved. So please vote this down, and then we can figure out another way, a better way to solve this problem.
Thank you, Mr. Devlin. I don't see anyone else in the queue, but I'm going to give a moment before we jump to anything else. So perhaps staff could let us know if there's anyone else in the queue or they see anyone. I think they were coming in by message. Okay. So with no further discussion, we will open a vote on HOD Resolution number 4. Vote yes if you, the voting is open. You will have a minute and 15 seconds to vote. Vote yes if you are in favor of passing Resolution 4, no if you are not, and abstain if you do not wish to vote. Please start the timer. Seconds left in voting. 5 seconds left in voting. We will now close the voting. Give us a moment to tally the results. Okay, voting is closed and tallied. 21 yes votes, 123 no votes, 3 abstentions. The motion fails. You can now return to your resolutions, and we will take up resolution number 5, presented by Victory Walker, HOD Region 3, Peter Werner, HOD Region 1, Christy Gibson, HOD Region 2, Maureen McGee, HOD Region 5, Vanessa Nordic, HOD Region 6, and Heather Decker, HOD Region 7. Please. Good to see you, Victory.
Doesn't even go low enough for me. All right. Good afternoon. I am Victory Walker. I am an elected delegate from Region 3, and I'm also a public defender and proud to be one. I work out of Grants Pass, Oregon. I'm here today presenting HOD Resolution number 5 in support of adequate funding for the other side of things, civil legal services for low-income Oregonians. My fellow delegates, Peter A. Werner, Christy Gibson, Maureen McGee, Vanessa Nordyke, and Heather Decker, are joining me today from both here and across the state. Access to justice is access to essential legal help, things like maintaining safe housing, protection from abuse, and custody of children. Legal Aid is a statewide network of providers of free civil legal help for those who can't afford a lawyer. They serve the lowest income population in the state, and they help those Oregonians who have the least resources. Legal Aid served more than 25,000 people through direct legal services last year, and with our help, they can do more. I am a longtime supporter of Legal Aid and donor to the Campaign for Equal Justice, Legal Aid's statewide support organization. Even if you have never been involved with Legal Aid or the Campaign for Equal Justice before, I encourage you that we should all support this resolution. The Oregon State Bar's mission statement says, as you've been hearing today, the mission of the Oregon State Bar is to serve justice and the public interest by promoting respect for the rule of law, by improving the quality of legal services, and by increasing access to justice. Access to justice is central to the mission of the bar and should guide the decisions we make as bar leaders and guide the actions we take as members of the bar. I urge you to vote in favor of this resolution. Now, as lawyers, we have a professional obligation to work to ensure access to justice for all segments of society. And it's important that our system of justice function fairly. We also want to protect and improve the image of the legal profession in the eyes of the public. And studies show that the public's perception of the justice system improves if they have access to a lawyer. Go figure. It is in all of our interests to improve access to justice. Legal aid offices serve every region of our state and provide critical legal services for Oregonians who are suffering. Legal aid prioritizes representing domestic violence survivors in family law and protective order cases. They also represent people who are struggling to maintain their housing and who would otherwise not have housing. Therefore, legal aid helps communities remain stable. When people can't access legal help when they need it, their faith in the justice system erodes. And there are things we can all do to increase access to justice for our vulnerable neighbors. Let's pass this delegate resolution unanimously. Let's set an example for the rest of the bar and emphasize the importance of this resolution. Let's also contribute to the campaign for equal justice. Our goal today is 100% participation rate for Campaign for Equal Justice giving from the House of Delegates. Now, if that means $5 from you, that's enough. All we want is everyone to contribute to the cause. And contributing to the cause today is easy. We have a flyer on site with a QR code which you can scan to give online, or you can go to the website. Here's the website, www.cej-oregon, spelled out, .org, to give online. In closing, I urge you to support this resolution and support equal justice for all. I hereby move that House of Delegates Delegate Resolution Number 5 be adopted.
Thank you, Ms. Walker. Do we have a second?
Christopher Larson, Region 5, second.
Christopher Larson, Region 5. Thank you, Chris. Now for discussion. Give us a moment to open the debate queue. Appears the debate queue is open. If you wish to speak on the issue, maybe I'm acting too quick. Yes, okay, so the debate queue is open. If you want to speak on the motion, click on the debate queue button, indicate your position and location, and click submit. As folks join, we're going to start with Lauren Grace in person. If you don't mind stating your full name, region, thank you.
My name is Lauren Grace, Region 6, and I'm a legal aid attorney at the Oregon Law Center in the Farmworker program. I just want to make clear that today I'm speaking on behalf of myself and not my organization in any way. But I just want to say that I've seen firsthand the number of potential clients that we have to turn away because we just don't have the capacity to accept their cases, and also the amount of difference that we can make in people's lives when we are able to accept their cases. So thank you for those who put forward this resolution, and thank you for everyone to vote yes.
Thank you, Ms. Grace. Moving to the con column, Michael Purcell in person.
I'll have to stand on tiptoes here. Thank you very much for having me speak with me. I completely support the goals of this. My only concern is that it calls upon, maybe I can make an amendment, it calls upon people, the bar, to lobby the United States Congress, and I don't feel that that's a role for the Bar Association. So I don't know what the proper role is. I'm totally supporting this, but that one portion, I think, should not be part of our mission as a bar. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Purcell. I will note that pursuit of access to justice is within the bar's mission, and we do lobby for legal aid funding. So that is already ongoing, but just if that helps. Moving to the motions questions. Thank you, Ms. Montalbano, please.
Sonia Montalbano, Region 5. I absolutely support the mission of the Campaign for Equal Justice. I'm on the Board of Advisors. I just have a question because this is requiring the Oregon State Bar to do something. Can someone explain to me number 8, that it is to ensure continued funding of critical immigration legal services so that the most vulnerable Oregonians are provided legal representation? I don't know, are we doing something already to ensure that?
So give us a moment to figure out who's best to answer that question.
Sonia, are you asking for explanation of the resolution? Then I would ask somebody from the resolution to speak. Yeah, that's who I'm directing my question to.
Okay, can we have either online?
Hi, I'm Isla.
So Isla, I'll ask you, glad you're here. I'll ask you to come up to the microphone. Thank you. And just state your region.
I was just going to answer the question.
No, and okay. So you're not a HOD member.
I am not a HUD member. I just wanted to answer the question. My name is Isla Ayrton. I'm the executive director of the Campaign for Equal Justice, and this was added because the Oregon State Bar and the Legal Services Program have been tasked to shepherd state funding to immigration service providers. So it's just continuing the oversight of that.
Does that address your question?
It answers it.
Okay. Okay. All right, let me get back to the debate queue here. Do you have the debate queue? I can't. Okay. Mr. Grant, in the pro column, please.
Yep, John Grant, Region 5, again, thank you. And I was initially going to offer an amendment, and I'm going to spare you all the time of that, but I do want to point out, I wholeheartedly support this resolution. I wholeheartedly support the organizations involved and named in the resolution, but I would ask that the people supporting this resolution in years going forward, since this seems to be something of a standing resolution that we consider, that we recognize that there are scores of organizations, nonprofit, public interest organizations that are promoting access to justice that weren't named in the resolution. And that includes things like San Andrew Legal Clinic, certainly CASA, which we have talked about already, Youth Rights and Justice. There's Bienna Star, which is providing important aid for eviction funding or eviction prevention funding. And then, of course, I'm on the board of the Commons Law Center. So I just ask you to support this resolution, but in future years, let's try to widen the tent and make sure that we're including all of the organizations doing great work in Oregon and not just the ones named today. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Moving to the con column, Andrew Johnson is remote. Mr. Johnson, will ask you to accept the invitation to join us.
Hello, Andrew Johnson, Region 8. Can you hear me?
We can.
Wonderful.
Thank you, Andrew. Go ahead.
I don't so much oppose this. I just had no better column other than con. I wanted to bring up something that is a concern of mine. I've seen it where there is an attorney that represents an underprivileged person that is in a housing situation. They're the tenant. And if it were against, say, some big conglomerate, David versus Goliath, that's wonderful. I love to see that David is being represented. When it's David versus David, I have an issue where, let's say, a small family bought a rental. This is their way of kind of going from middle class to try and get some retirement set aside. So they got a rental. And then all of a sudden we've got an attorney coming in and representing someone who's being a pain in the butt tenant. I understand this is not the norm. I'm just saying this has happened. And so my concern is that there's really no limit on this as far as where the support for folks stops. And so I would just encourage that next year when we bring something up like this again, that maybe we could put something in there that would say, hey, if we're fighting against someone else who is in a similar financial status situation, that maybe that wouldn't be where these funds are focused. And it's more on folks who are represented by legal representation who can afford that on the other side. And that is where the money is being focused at. And that way we're not bulldozing over other people who also have difficulty getting financial stuff to be put together to hire an attorney on their side. So I just want to make sure that we're looking at this at a holistic thing and not just the David versus Goliath. We realize that sometimes in a David versus David situation, we are really tilting the scales by affording someone legal services that cannot normally afford it. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Moving to the pro column, immediate past president, Leanne Donaldson, who will be appearing remote.
Good afternoon again, Leanne Donaldson, Region 5, immediate past president, not a voting member of the HOD or of the Board of Governors, but someone who has experience in going to Washington, D.C. and talking to Congress. It is one of the best things for Oregonians who are of low income, who need the support of the Legal Services Corporation, that the Oregon State Bar delegation, which includes the president, Isla Urchin and other folks from our legal aid communities, to go and talk to Congress. It's within the scope of our mission and the scope of our ability. And it's an opportunity to ask for funding, because the Legal Services Corporation, those recipients, some of them cannot actually lobby Congress given their tax status. And so the Campaign for Equal Justice can, and as your representative for the bar, we can, the president as well. Our congressional delegation in Washington is, for the most part, very supportive of funding Legal Aid Services Corporation. I'm sorry, I'm getting the name wrong. And it's really important. And they ask questions about how things are going in Oregon. What's housing? How are we addressing things? What's the bar doing? What's legal aid doing? And they are really concerned, and it's our opportunity to inform them. And because I think it's a third of the funding for Legal Services Corporation comes from the federal government. The other is made up from state funding, which we also ask, our Salem folks to donate, and then the rest is through private donation, grant process, that sort of thing. And so, I urge everyone to vote for this. This is a wonderful thing that we can do. Thank you.
Thank you, Leanne. I'll just take a moment to make sure the debate queue is cleared. There's no one waiting to speak. In person? Would you like to speak? Is that what you're?
Yes.
Please come to the mic, state your name and region.
David Wu, HOD member. I just want to address one specific part of this, which is lobbying Congress. I've done enough public speaking for 3 lifetimes, but I really want to address this particular issue. I have never been more proud of being a member of the bar than when a delegation comes to Washington and lobbies for indigent people. Every other group lobbies for themselves, ophthalmologists to get paid more, cardiologists to get paid more, but the bar is the only group that comes to DC to lobby for someone else. And it's not that members of Congress would forget. I'm a member of the bar, I would not forget, but you assign a staffer to that meeting, and that staffer is going to go in the back room and not let this issue be forgotten by the rest of the staff. So thank you very much for being on the right side of history, I guess. So just want to throw that point in.
Thank you very much for saying that, Representative Wu. Appreciate that. Okay. It appears there's no one else in the debate queue, so we will go back to resolutions. And we'll ask our staff to prepare the voting. Give us a moment. I mean, it would be wrong of me not to point out that Central Oregon has won the Justice Cup, I think, the past 3 years. Do have the opportunity. Okay, voting is now open. You'll have 1 minute and 15 seconds. Vote yes if you wish to pass the resolution, no if you oppose it, and abstain if you do not wish to vote. Thirty seconds left in voting. Voting is now closed. Give staff a moment to tally the votes. Thank you. Number of yes votes was 127. Number of no votes is 4. There are 8 abstentions. The motion passes. Thank you. Next up is Delegate Resolution Number 6, presented by past Oregon State Bar President David Wade, HOD Region 2.
The Oregon courts are the most critical element for maintaining the rule of law in the state of Oregon. And as you heard from the Chief Justice, they have an ambitious program to increase access to justice in the state of Oregon. And every other year, when the legislature has a full year, OJD has to seek funding from the legislature. They are not self-funding. And it's incumbent on Oregon lawyers to protect the rule of law by supporting court funding in each of these sessions. I'll just highlight 4 things out of the many the Chief Justice said that affect lawyers. Improvements to courthouse safety. You may not think about that as being for lawyers, but really, if you're a family lawyer, courthouse security is very important. Increasing jury participation and improving the jury experience. I don't know how many of you ever serve on juries. Usually we get, dinged immediately, but it's an uncomfortable process. It's one people like once they've gone through it, but getting through it is an uncomfortable process. And if we want to continue to have jury trials in Oregon, we need the funding. Expanding the availability and accessibility of court forms you know, for the 80% of people who are not represented in eviction and family law proceedings, those are critical. And if you're a lawyer on the other side of an unrepresented person, it makes it so much easier if the court doesn't have to constantly send the pro se litigant out to change their forms, to get it right, and then you're sitting around and so forth and so on. And developing a multi-year plan to fund courthouse renovation or replacement. Well, that's where we do our business, we litigators, so that's absolutely critical to lawyers functioning in this state. So every session, the Oregon State Bar works with OJD for a judicial branch budget that supports the court's needs. And I urge you to support that this year. I so move.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wade. Do we have a second to the motion?
Second, Vanessa Nordike, Delegate Region 6.
Thank you, Ms. Nordike. Vanessa Nordike, Region 6 seconds. Now for discussion, give us a moment to open the debate queue.
I should have mentioned I'm an elected delegate from Region 2.
Thank you, David. Looks like the debate queue is open. If you want to speak on the motion, click the debate queue button, indicate your position and location, and click submit. Okay, we will start with Emmett Klepper, in person. Reminder to state your name and region.
I'm Klepper, Region 5. Good afternoon. I really just wanted to comment that I'm not sure I understand what the purpose of this resolution actually is. I mean, are we going to pretend like the state won't fulfill its basic responsibilities as part of the, you know, in its pursuit of maintaining justice, whether or not the House of Delegates says that the legislature should do so or not? These are basic responsibilities that the state has, and the state will be providing. We can encourage them, but you know, every year I've been here, I hear a lot about the failure of these particular organizations to supply adequate funding, to even fulfill our constitutional responsibilities as a state government. And so perhaps we should spend less time thanking them and more perhaps demanding that these requirements, these responsibilities of the state are filled, as opposed to thanking them when they're not. That is all.
Thank you, Mr. Klepper. In the pro column, Immediate Past President Leanne Donaldson, appearing remote.
Again, thank you, President Rosen, Leanne Donaldson, Region 5, not a HUD member, not a voting BOG member. I'm speaking out of my own experience, not on behalf of the BOG. By supporting this resolution, it gives our judiciary the support that they need when they go to Salem and asking for funding. It is always a positive thing for the Chief Justice to say that they have the full support of the House of Delegates and asking for adequate funding for the judiciary. And so I encourage all members of the HOD to vote yes and support. Thank you.
Thank you. Give it a moment to check the queue. Okay. So we will proceed with a vote. Give staff a moment to set up the voting. In a moment, we'll be voting on Resolution 6. You'll vote yes if you wish to pass it, no if you oppose it, and abstain if you do not wish to vote. It appears the voting is open. You'll have 1 minute and 15 seconds starting now. You are? Can you refresh your page and let me know? We're pausing the clock, so let's pause the clock for a second. Anyone else having an issue with voting? No? Okay. Okay, let's start that clock. Thank you, Susan. Can we bring in, David, can we bring in James Oberholzer? If it's not trouble? Yeah, that'd be perfect, just as, yeah. Mr. Oberholzer, I think we have you on audio. Can you hear us okay?
Yes, I hear you.
You had a hand raised?
Yeah, when I went to vote on this, I think this is resolution number 6.
Yeah.
The program told me I'd already voted, but I don't think I have.
Let me take a look. We'll continue the clock. We'll hold voting open, but I'll take a look for that while we do this. It looks like you did not vote according to the roster, so why don't you try to refresh? We'll keep voting open. Our clock hasn't even run down.
Ah, now it worked. Okay, thanks. Whatever you did, it worked it.
Of course. Okay, let's go ahead and close voting, and we'll tally the results. Okay, the results are in. We have 128 yes votes, 4 no votes, 9 abstentions. The motion passes. This will take us on to HOD Resolution number 7, presented by Mario Musil. Thank you.
Good afternoon, colleagues. My name is Mario Musil. I'm from Region 7. I think this resolution is pretty self-explanatory. In 2022, the ABA did a study, and Oregon had the second highest bar dues. Since then, we've increased our bar dues, and based on my research, it looks like we have literally the highest bar dues in the country. We spent most of the morning talking about access to justice and how difficult it is to have enough attorneys in this state, how difficult it is to have low-income clients to be represented. Well, this probably plays a role in it. If you are a young attorney opening up shop and you're having to set up your shingle and you have these high bar dues, it's probably going to affect your ability to work with lower income clients. And so I would ask the bar to look into reducing our bar dues and see what can be done to make it easier for young attorneys and solos and small law firms to afford to continue to practice in this state. I do hope that it doesn't cost us $20,000 to $30,000 to set up this committee, but I think it would be a good idea to have this goal of saying, hey, Oregon, let's not be the most expensive bar, right? I also belong to the Florida bar. Their fees are $265 a year. They have been $265 for the past 22 years. They have not raised their fees. And I don't mean this as a disrespect to the Oregon bar, but I don't see any tangible difference in the services that I get between the two bars. And so I think we need to do better. So I would ask you to consider requesting that the bar look into this. So just to clarify, I'm not asking to lower the bar fees. I'm asking that we set up a committee that will look into lowering the bar fees. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Musil. Are you moving? You're moving the resolution?
Yes, I will
Thank
move.
you very much. Do we have a second to the motion? Okay, all right. I'm going to go in the back here.
I second Rachel Phillips, Region 5.
Rachel Phillips, Region 5, seconds. Thanks also to those folks online who raised their hands. Now for discussion, give us a moment to open the debate queue. Appears the debate queue is open. We're already filtering in. John, from the con column, please state your full name and region.
John Bachhoffner, elected delegate, Region 8. I don't have a strong feeling about this except for we can spend a lot of money doing a lot of studies, and it isn't always necessary. As a former member of the Board of Governors, I can tell you that we spent a lot of time looking at ways to save money for all of the members of the bar, and I think the bar has done a yeoman's job of doing that with nothing less than just creating this bar center and the use of the bar center. While I'm all for trying to have our dues reduced, I think having a study to do something that the BOG and others are already invested in doing, it may be a waste of our funds. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Moving to the pro column, Michael Lowry, in person. Just reminders, full name, region, please.
Michael Lowry, Region 8. I actually am in the con column. I pressed the wrong button. My apologies.
There's the lawyer.
Yep, absolutely. No, I am from out of state. I'm from Las Vegas, and so I have the Nevada bar and the Oregon bar. I will tell you that in my 2.5 years of having a license here, your bar is far more active than we are in Nevada. You do quite a few more things. Obviously, I would love to see lower bar dues like everyone in the room. However, my limited experience thus far is I think you get quite a bang for your buck. So if that makes you feel any better, you get a lot more. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Taking that as a con, I'll move to the motions questions. Sorry, John. Lake James, Paraguay.
Lake Paraguay, Region 5. I am curious what the cost to the bar would be for something like this. I don't know if someone from the bar can speak to that.
I mean, So the bar has a budget and finance committee, but if what's being asked is to form a completely separate committee, then if you're asking me, back of the envelope, I think it falls into the same situation where we are having bar staff, we're getting volunteers from outside the bog to work on this, even if they're volunteers, it's coming into the same arena as the $20,000 to $35,000 estimate. Is that fair? I don't want to be.
Yeah, that is fair, but just to clarify why a separate financial impact statement from the board was not included on this resolution, it is because there is already the Budget and Finance Committee that is a committee of volunteer lawyers and the Policy and Governance Committee, which is also a committee of volunteer lawyers that look at these issues.
And if I can ask another question or follow-up? So is what's being asked, is it duplicative of what's already being done by someone? Or would this be a new take on it? Is it asking to do something more or different than what's already being done by the existing governance committee?
It was the board's interpretation that it is duplicative.
Thank you.
But Mr. Musil, would you? Yes, please. Since I'm going to take that as a question directed to you as well.
There was a motion last, Mari Musil, Region 7, there was a motion on putting a freeze on the fees last year by another member for 3 years, and that didn't pass. And so my thought was, can we do something different and come up with some sort of a study to decide, okay, are there certain things in the bar dues that we don't necessarily need, that may be optional, that we can kind of concentrate ourselves on reducing the costs? And so that's why I came up with the idea of having a committee do it. If it's the existing committee that already does the budget, I'm fine with that. So if I need to amend my motion, it doesn't need to be a separate committee. I would just like it to be a goal of ours to see if we can try to look for ways to reduce our costs. If we're over here sitting and spending all the morning talking about how difficult it is for Oregonians to get a lawyer, well, the expenses of being a lawyer are a part of it. And so that's what this is looking to solve. Thank you.
Thank you. Going to the con column, John Grant.
All right, thanks again, John Grant, Region 5. While I can't speak for the current Board of Governors, during my time on the BOG and as the 2-year chair of the Budget and Finance Committee, I can attest that we were very conscious of our stewardship of bar license fees. During that time, we actually eliminated what at the time was a blanket new lawyer discount that we offered, and we changed that to a new program that is an income-based fee discount. And that was specifically to address some of the concerns outlined in this resolution, right? To make it more of a progressive standard, and also to make it open and accessible to exactly the types of lawyers that are doing public interest and public service work, especially in rural Oregon. It's my understanding that hundreds of lawyers have taken advantage of that since it was put into place. It's also my understanding and experience, and as I think was clarified a minute ago, that the bar and the BOG regularly review the income thresholds for licensees to take advantage of that discount. It does so in public meetings that are open to and welcome written testimony and oral testimony. So I think there are lots of opportunities to address this within the context of the existing structure. I would also add, and again, it's been a few years since I was on the BOG, but we regularly received as part of our BOG materials a at least 100-page document that was a program review that very thoroughly goes through each of the programs of the Oregon State Bar and provides updates on what they're doing, what they cost, what the return on that investment is, right? And I think that this is not so much a question of cost, it's a question of value. And as the previous speaker said, right, we get a lot for what we spend. And a lot of what our money goes to for our license fees is to support the mission of the Oregon State Bar, which isn't just to support lawyers, right? It's to support and promote access throughout the state of Oregon and access to justice and our partnership with the courts and lots of things. And so for all those reasons, I urge you to vote against this resolution. I think we have it covered. And I think to the extent that you are not happy with the way that license fees exist today, I think there's an existing pathway to discuss and debate those suggestions. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Just alternating to motions, questions. Rachel Phillips. That's in person.
Rachel Phillips, Region 5. I got it, I think. Thank you. I just had a follow-up question in terms of if the finance committees and the Board of Governors are revisiting this, how is it that we have the highest bar dues in the country? Like, is this I guess my question is, if it goes to a committee to study this, will that make it more of an issue to be seriously considered? Because again, as someone else pointed out, we've been talking all morning about getting these services to people, the lack of public defenders, the need to support individuals that can't afford attorneys, and I understand that, and the bar does a lot of great things, and I've been involved on other committees and volunteering, but if we have this crisis of 5,000 unrepresented people and we don't have enough attorneys and we have the highest bar dues, isn't that something that should be looked at more seriously? And would forming the committee to do this make it a more pressing issue, perhaps for the Board of Governors and the finance committees? That's just my follow-up question.
Thank you, Ms. Phillips. There's no doubt in my mind how serious the Board of Governors takes the bar dues issue. And in particular, there's a number of conversations that occur each year on the issue of fees. But to your question on fee comparisons and what's going on in other states, can I turn to you, Helen, on that?
So the Board of Governors also, in addition to the Budget and Finance Committee, looking at the budget every year, multiple times throughout the year, also has a Policy and Governance Committee, and that Policy and Governance Committee is charged with reviewing the bar's programs on a regular basis to determine, one, are they, well mission aligned? Are they effective, and are they, I think somebody used the term, having the return on investment that we're looking for. So in response to your question, will this make the bar look at this issue more closely? The Board of Governors already does look at this on a regular basis. In terms of the comparison to other states, we get the ABA survey that they do every year that shows what the license fees are across the country. And it is true that based on just the license fees, the Oregon State Bar has the highest license fees. What I would say is that we are also a full-service bar. We have a lot of programs that other states don't have. We are also a unified bar, which means that we both do all of the regulatory functions and we provide services to members that help them serve their clients. A lot of other states, their bars are segregated, so they have a voluntary bar that provides the member services, and then their state court does the regulation. And if you look at those states, for example, California is one of those, although in California they've got the state bar that does the regulatory functions and then the voluntary bar association that handles all the member services. Their regulatory fees is $463 as of last year. But to be a member of the California Lawyers Association, that fee is anywhere from $120 to $300 per person. So depending on how many years you've been in practice. So if you add those two together, which you would then get the same services that you get from the Oregon State Bar, it's more. It's more than the Oregon State Bar license fee. It's similar in Illinois, same kind of thing. If you add the regulatory fees and the voluntary bar association fees together, it's more than what you pay in Oregon. So the problem with looking at this, the same data that you're looking at, is it's not really comparing apples to apples. We provide fast case, for example, to members that in other states you have to pay separate for that. We provide bar books to lawyers at no additional cost, that in other states they either don't have that resource available or you have to pay extra for it. And you know, our Board of Governors is aware of that, and they, like I said, they review all those programs on a regular basis to see, are these programs still of value to members? Are they being run efficiently and effectively? So I don't really know how to answer the question, you know, whether the board would take it more seriously, because in my opinion, the board takes it very seriously right now.
Thank you very much, Ellen. Thank you. So just proceeding with debate, in the con column, I have David Wade next.
Thank you, David Wade, elected delegate, Region 2, 2021 Oregon State Bar President, 2 years Chair of the Budget and Finance Committee. Before that, 2 years Chair of the Governance and Policy Committee. Frankly, you get what you pay for. And I don't know of another bar in this country that offers bar books or anything close to it. I came on the Board of Governors thinking that brilliant me would be able to find places to cut costs at the Oregon State Bar, because I have extensive experience in financial analysis. And I got to tell you, after 7 years on the Board of Governor, plus being chair of those committees for 4 years, I never found a thing of any significance that I could cut. And during that time, the Policy and Governance Committee was reviewing on a regular basis all of our programs to see if we needed them, if they were worth it. And they found the only one that was overfunded, and they changed the funding immediately. I'm also a member of the California State Bar and the New York State Bar, and their services are nothing compared to what the Oregon State Bar gives, basically nothing. Yes, there's a very cheap fee in New York, about the same as Florida. You just don't get anything. You get regulatory and admissions, that's it. And it's run by the court, and they don't ask you. There is no HOD. You just get a bill. California, it's a little more complicated, but the result is the same. If you don't join the California Bar Association, you know, the voluntary one, you don't get anything. And their regulatory and admissions functions are terrible. Ours are superb. So, once again, after studying this for 7 years, you get what you pay for.
Thank you, David. I show Michael Lowry in the con, but Michael, did you speak already? You good?
I spoke already.
Thank you. That brings us to Michael Purcell. Michael withdraws. That brings us to Kyle Schicchetti.
My name is Kyle Schicchetti. I am a Region
8 Board of Governors for Region 8, out of state, a member. I speak on behalf of myself and not on behalf of the Board of Governors. I have been a member of the Washington State Bar for as long as I've been a member of the Oregon State Bar. I had the privilege of serving as the Washington State Bar Association's president in 2021, 2022. We do have about $200 less in fees in Washington, but I've got to tell you that the number of meetings that I attended and presided over as Washington State Bar president, I would say as Oregon goes, so goes the country. And they hated hearing that in Seattle. But I would say it over and over again because Washington had fallen behind on member well-being. We tried to push forward with the desk books because we all love the desk books. And they would not advance either one of those ideas because of the cost. This is not anything new to Oregon, being concerned about the costs. It's everywhere, no matter if it's $400 or $500 or $600. The quality of services that this Bar Association provides to all of you is exceptional. And I would encourage you to, see the benefit in that. And it may be a little bit more in costs every year. But comparatively to Washington, a much bigger state, 40,000 attorneys, it's night and day. So I would encourage you to vote no on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Kyle. I'm going to give a moment to make sure we've cleared the debate queue. Do you have something, David? We're good? Okay. So we'll go back to the resolutions. Ask bar staff to open up the vote. I'll let you know when that happens. You'll have a minute, 15 seconds to vote. On delegate resolution number 7, a yes vote is to pass the resolution and no vote is in opposition of it. And you can abstain if you do not wish to vote on this issue. Voting is now open, and we will start the timer. There's 5 seconds left in the vote. We will close the vote. Give us a moment to tally the results. Okay. The results are 19 yes votes, 112 no votes, 7 abstentions. The motion fails. We are moving on to delegate resolution number 8, presented by Mario Musil, HOD Region number 7.
I'm afraid to come up back here after all that. Good afternoon, Mario Musil, Region 7. So this motion plays into what I just spoke about a little bit ago, and this goes into PLF costs. So when you take bar dues and you add your PLF costs, before you can take your first client you owe $4,000 or more to the bar. And so how is someone supposed to go out there and hang up a shingle and get started on representing poor clients in jail, or poor clients that are immigrants, or any of that? So what I propose is, let's figure out a way to allow PLF to have competition. Imagine you go shopping for car insurance, and the only car insurance you can get is State Farm. And you could never go to Geico and spend 15 minutes and save 15%. How fair would that be? That's what we have. And why is this even bothering me? Because I have out-of-state insurance. I practice immigration law. I have out-of-state insurance that covers me in all 50 states. It covers me for $1 million, and I pay $1,500 for that. Whereas in Oregon, I have a $300,000 policy that costs $3,500. There's something wrong with that. And so what I propose is having the bar look at whether or not we can open up the primary malpractice insurance market and allow attorneys to get insurance from private insurers rather than just PLF, because they just have a monopoly here. And I think it would be a good idea to have some competition. We are the only state that requires malpractice insurance, which I'm okay with. I think it would be prudent to have malpractice insurance, whether or not it's required. But we're the only ones that have one specific provider. So that, with the bar dues, I think it's a tremendous cost on someone starting out, on someone who's a solo practitioner, on someone who has a few attorneys, and all of those costs have to be passed down to your clients. So I would ask you to vote yes on this one. Thank you.
Thank you, Mario. You're moving the resolution?
Yes, I move this resolution. I hope I get a second. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we have a second from Naaman. No,
Yeah.
no, it's you.
It's you.
I'm sorry, I didn't get. Mike Purcell, Region 5, seconds. We will open the debate up for discussion. Give us a moment. Appears the debate queue's open. If you want to speak on the motion, click on the button, indicate your position and location, and click submit. Okay, we're going to start with the con column in person, Mark Johnson Roberts.
Mr. President, Mark Johnson Roberts, elected delegate, Region 5, former president of the bar, current member of the PLF board. I didn't plan on speaking first. Let me tell you a foreshadow of what you're going to hear later, what happens to the PLF if we have private insurance available, and the answer is it collapses. So I'm going to talk to you today about the lifetime of a lawyer, but I want to talk to you about the most important thing first. If you sustain damage, the PLF will pay it. You will not be arguing with an adjuster about how much you're going to pay and how much the insurer is going to pay. The PLF will make you whole. Why? Because we have a public service function and not a profit motive. So you graduate from law school, you pass the bar, you decide to set up a sole practice or a small firm. How do you go about it? The PLF will help you. You need a filing system, a computer system, an IOLTA account. The PLF will help you. Life goes on. The practice of law starts making you crazy, and you need help. The PLF will help you confidentially. You develop depression. The PLF will help you confidentially. You develop, God forbid, a substance abuse problem, The PLF will help you confidentially. You make a mistake, or you think maybe you made a mistake, and you're deciding what to do. And this is the point where I frankly don't understand why all professions don't do this. You pick up the phone and you talk to a lawyer who helps you figure out what to do. Imagine if you were a doctor and you had a resource like that. We're so fortunate in Oregon to have this kind of service. No private insurer would provide it. Again, the bad thing happens and you are sued. The PLF will hire a top-flight malpractice attorney to fix the problem if necessary, to represent you in settlement, at trial, and on appeal if necessary. And again, if a judgment is entered against you, the PLF will make you whole. The PLF will make your former client whole. No one will be arguing with an adjuster. Why? Because we have a public service function and not a profit motive. Finally, it's time to close down your practice and retire, and the PLF will help you with that as well. Every dime of the money that you pay in your assessment goes to benefit you and your colleagues. We don't have any shareholders to keep happy. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you all for listening to me. Please vote in your self-interest and the interest of the public and stop this resolution in its tracks. Thanks.
Thank you, Mark. Moving to the pro column, Michael Purcell in person.
Thanks again. I'm Michael Purcell from Region 5. I don't have any big credentials. I did write the OSB article on Wikipedia, so that may, help a bit establish me. I want to point out just a couple of basics. Idaho does require insurance, but does not require, they don't have a central PLF, so that's the other state that does require it. There's an enabling statute that was passed in '97 that authorized PLF, but did not require basically a monopoly. There was an antitrust suit in '89 that was resolved in the bar's favor. What I hear my good friend, Mr. Musil, who's also one of my fellow immigration lawyers, saying is there should be a study as to whether competition is necessary. I appreciate what Mr. Johnson said about the benefits of PLF. I myself have got a red phone where I call him up just in case. Hopefully you don't need that. And so I agree that the PLF gives me good service, but I do not think that we should say to all of us, that's the service you need. Mr. Musil has pointed out that he gets adequate service and he feels that he does. We should leave that choice, or at least study the possibility of leaving that choice to the members. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Purcell. Moving to the con column, Matt Barillo.
Thank you. You can hear me okay? Matt Barillo, I think I'm Region 4. I am not a member of the House of Delegates, but in full disclosure, I am a director of claims at the PLF. I've been with the organization for 24 years. What I can tell you is you have an organization that top to bottom, you have people who verily believe in a mission that is unique to this state and extremely progressive. This resolution, I understand where he's coming from in the sense that, it's hard to pay for things, but at the same time, it doesn't accurately represent who we are and what we do. And I think when you're addressing the leaders of the legal community, it's important that we understand what is at stake here. In '77, prior to the formation of the PLF, we were already existing in a private market. It wasn't working for Oregon. It was costly, sometimes prohibitively so. Sometimes it was hard to get coverage, and a lot of lawyers were going out and practicing what we called bear. There was no protection for them. There was no protection for their clients. And Oregon wanted to do it better. So we didn't make this up. They vetted a system that already exists in Canada and is still used today. And it did two very important things. Firstly, it took control of the malpractice market away from private investors who are not connected to the state of Oregon, and it put it in the hands of the Oregon attorneys. And secondly, it changed it from a for-profit model where it's about money and made it a not-for-profit model. And what's important about that is when you are a not-for-profit model, you can focus on the mission. And over the years, we've evolved it to establish a full support system for Oregon. And like Mark mentioned, we now have the OAP for wellness care. We have the practice management department will help you set up an office. Our claims handling is much more robust. You have Oregon attorneys handling claims who are connected to the community. You have repair work. You have office closures. You have attorneys on call. We support pro bono programs with coverage. We give discounts in your first 3 years, and all of this is intended to enhance the practice of law. And we haven't raised the assessment that provides all this in over a decade. That doesn't happen in a private market. And so if you take this away, you cannot have a competitive private market which allows a system like this to exist. And these tools that we've provided for lawyers all go away. And these are tools that enhance their lives both personally and professionally. And as a result, the clients will suffer. And so I think it's important that we understand what's at stake here. You know, this is a progressive system that is very mission-based and not profit-based. And for that reason, I don't want to see us lose it. So, thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Moving to the motions, questions, Lake Paraguay.
Similar question on the last one. What's the potential cost to the bar to oversee and create a volunteer body to do a feasibility study on private insurance? And I guess that's to y'all.
Thank you, Lake. Yeah,
Oh, and I'm District 5.
thank you. It's the same answer. You know, I wish. I don't think we can have a better one, so I don't even wish that we did, because I think at the end of the day, if we're looking at having the bar set up a committee to investigate this or that, whether for good reason or not, and there's no judgment whatsoever on any of these, we are looking at incurring that expense, and that is 20 to 35,000, real rough ballpark, best we can do for this meeting.
Thank you.
Of course. So moving to the pro column, I have John Rand in person. Mr. Rand, please state your full name and region.
Good afternoon, John Rand, Region 8. I had recent experience to shop for insurance. I just retired from my large national law firm. I ordinarily sit most of the time in New York, so I had occasion to go, and so I just hung out a solo shingle and had occasion to shop for insurance. And against the $3,500 for the PLF fund, I was easily able to find insurance for $1,200 a year for $1 million of coverage with similar deductible. And I thought that the economics of that were really quite compelling. It was with a national insurance company with a very good rating, and acknowledging that there were a lot of services that PLF offers, and thank you for that, because as I was establishing my solo practice, I actually spoke a number of times with the PLF people, and I can attest they're extremely helpful. But I think that it might be beneficial to allow people to have the choice of whether they want ancillary services that the PLF offers that are separate and distinct from insurance coverage, and that perhaps we ought to study about whether people should be permitted to pick and choose between a menu of services that most insurance companies don't offer, as opposed to simply buying insurance for the sake of insurance alone. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Moving to the con column, past president David Wade.
David Wade, Region 2, elected delegate. First, if everybody has the choice in Oregon, everybody will free ride on the professional liability fund. That's what happens. You know what free riding is? That's where all the other insurance companies can keep their premiums low because the PLF is providing the OAAP, they're helping to pay for bar books, they're helping you set up your office, they're preventing you from committing malpractice. Okay, so the other insurance companies can say, oh yeah, we can insure you for much less in Oregon. But what happens when the PLF stops being able to offer those services because everyone is peeled off so they can free ride on them? What happens? The PLF begins to reduce its services or completely goes out of business. And then what happens? The for-profit private insurance companies multiply their premiums because no one's providing all those services at no cost to the private insurers. So be very careful about giving people choice when it comes to malpractice protection. And remember, the PLF isn't just protecting you, which is all those other insurance companies do. They're protecting the public. Second, I want to assure you that the Budget and Finance Committee doesn't just look at the expenditures of the Oregon State Bar. They also carefully study the professional liability fund expenses, and they have to approve your insurance rate, and they have to approve the PLF budget. And again, I studied these 100-page budgets for 7 years. There was no fat, shall we say, in the PLF.
Thank you, David. Moving to the pro column, preparing remotely, Andrew Johnson. Give us a moment. We'll send you an invite to join us. Please accept.
Hello, Andrew Johnson, Region 8. Just want to confirm you can hear me.
Can.
I practice in Idaho on the border right next to Oregon, and I have both my Idaho and my Oregon license. Over here in Idaho, we're able to accomplish everything that the PLF is doing through different means for a lot less. There are things that the PLF offers that our bar offers, but we do get to pick and choose a little bit more than what the PLF has. So I do like the idea of being able to customize it for what do I need, what don't I need. I know plenty of attorneys, and actually all the attorneys I know thus far have been able to successfully set up their law firms without committing malpractice. We've got guides and different things that help us with doing that. And you can call the bar and ask questions. We do have folks set up for that. We can also call our insurance companies and get things addressed. We have our red phones, if you want to call it that, for calling them up directly. We have appointed representatives for us at the insurance level. And if you're a new attorney, a lot of the insurance companies offer a reduced rate for your first 3 years in which you're out on your own practice or so many years out of law school. So there is a way to keep the cost low. What I'd like to point out is we have a lot of attorneys here in Boise, Caldwell, other places that we're talking minutes from the border, anywhere from, literally 5 minutes across the border to 30 minutes across the border, or 40 if you go to Boise. And a lot of them have no interest in getting an Oregon license and helping folks that are not that far away because of things like your dues, your insurance coverage, your malpractice coverage, other stuff. I do get an exemption because of how I'm set up. So I don't have to pay malpractice in Oregon through the PLF. So that's nice, and that's why I'm part of the Oregon State Bar. But if I had to pay your guys' dues, I love helping my clients over there, but I don't know if it would be something I'd want to continue doing. So I'm just pointing out that if Oregon has a shortage of lawyers and we have an abundance just across the border who are able to help, maybe figuring out some way to pick and choose your costs would afford Oregon clients the ability to go across the border to someone who's dual licensed and receive the services that they need. And then that way, Oregon doesn't have to so much farm and create new attorneys as much as they just pull from the pool that's already available. And we got California, Washington, Idaho, all bordering it. Why don't, and Nevada, I believe. Why don't we just, tap into that and make it easier for them to become part of the Oregon State Bar and take care of folks. And so I think that looking into the ability to diversify and pick and choose would be a great option. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Moving to the con column, John Bachhoffner.
John Bachhoffner, elected delegate, out-of-state delegate. I've had the opportunity to see this from just about every angle short of working for the PLF. I've never worked for the PLF. I am a PLF board member. I was a PLF defense panel member. I had the opportunity to work with lawyers like you that got into a little trouble, and I would try and work to repair the problem so they didn't have a malpractice claim that even came up. You cannot expect that a private insurer for profit is going to work that way for you. I've had the opportunity to serve on the BOG and see what the PLF does. I've had an opportunity to be on a mandatory malpractice committee in the state of Washington to look at that. I was specially appointed to that. We studied the entire country. We interviewed people from different states. We talked to insurers to see what was available. We heard from people in Washington who were complaining they could not get coverage because of the type of work they did. This is all something that we don't see in the state of Oregon. Everyone is guaranteed to be able to be a member of the PLF, to be part of it, to get the coverage that's available. If you have a malpractice claim, what do you think happens with a private insurer? And I did insurance defense. I know what private insurers do. Okay, first of all, they're either going to raise your rates or they're going to deny you coverage. In the last national conference in August, we found that the number of insurers who are denying claims has gone dramatically up. Do you want to have a claim against you and then not have any coverage? I'm not saying the PLF will never deny, but I've not seen it very often. And I can tell you, even when there's a question, they're still providing coverage. They're still providing help. How about the deductible that Mr. Rand just spoke about? We don't have a deductible in the PLF. What about rates? Well, I can tell you that between 2011 and 2023, the rates in private insurers went up by 35.5% as compared to us not changing the rate in 10 years. What about the other benefits you receive? You can't put a number on that. Folks, the PLF cannot exist in an environment where they're trying to compete with a for-profit. You have two choices, essentially, in the for-profit to try and compete with the PLF. Either you're going to take away a lot of services or you're going to be charging more, and maybe, I guess, a third option, you're going to deny coverage. Folks, I urge you, vote this down. It's not worth spending the money to even study it. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Moving over to the pro column, Mario Musil.
Mario Musil, Region 7. This is just to study the feasibility of it. We're not voting on getting rid of the PLF. I think smart minds would have to get together and figure this out. I would like to comment on all the things that I'm hearing that the PLF provides, the Florida Bar provides for their $265. You're welcome to go on their website. I can call them if I have a question, if I need lawyer assistance, if I need to set up my practice, if I need to wind down my practice. That's in the $265. You know, I know sometimes it's hard to say, hey, can we change something? We're doing everything correctly. We've got the best solution in the world. But sometimes it's a good idea to kind of look in the mirror and say, why are we the only ones doing it this way and it costs us the most? And is there a better way? And I'm not saying there is. The bar can decide, hey, this is the best way, this works for us. But let's look into it and say, hey, wait a minute. Why is it $1,200 over there and it's $3,500 here? You're telling me that you haven't raised the rates in 10 years? Yeah, because they're 300% higher than elsewhere. That's why we haven't raised the rates. And so here we find ourselves subsidizing certain types of practice areas that create a lot more claims, right? So if you're in a certain practice area and you make people mad, like maybe family law, you probably get sued a lot more, or you probably have a lot more claims than someone else who does something different. And so the person that is doing something that has less claims is subsidizing everybody else. And it's just not fair. And all I'm saying is, let's look into it. This is not meant to upset anyone. This is meant to say, hey, we're having an access to justice issue. We're sitting here talking about how expensive it is to practice law in Oregon. Let's see if this is an option for us. And so that's all it is. Thank you.
Thank you, Mario. Moving to the con, Lake Paraguay.
Lake Paraguay District 5, odd member. I think maybe it's a good idea to look into this, but I'm encouraging people to vote no to give the bar yet another thing to do and another quantum of money to spend looking into it. I mean, maybe if the whereases that are part of this proposed resolution had more maybe factual information that would inspire us to vote toward this, then I would say, let's look at it perhaps another time. But for example, we don't have insurance. The PLF is a captured fund, so comparing it to insurance is not really accurate. So also it says in the whereases, again, it's the only state required to have insurance to practice law. Not true. Idaho, as was mentioned, and then New Jersey requires insurance if you're in an LLC or a corporation. Let's see. Whereas PLF premiums are significantly higher and the policy provisions are less comprehensive compared to what is available through private insurance markets, I'm not sure that's true. It seems like that's what Mr. Musil is asking somebody else to figure out whether that is true. I don't think as a board we should adopt this when that whereas is questionable. Again, whereas high cost means you can't help marginalized communities, that seems a little bit like a cudgel looking at marginalized communities and saying we need to do this. And then finally, allowing people to leave the PLF essentially will promote competition. Well, I'm not sure competition is really useful or necessary or a value, and I'm not sure we should adopt a resolution just to promote competition when the fact that we have this captured fund sort of is not really in the competition model. And as we heard, competition kind of, if we offer all of these services, other insurers might reduce the price until the PLF essentially collapses on itself. I really want to echo that for a decade now, the PLF has been $3,500 or less. So that means actually, in real dollars, the price of insurance and all of the other services that are offered have gone down during the pandemic. Those rates actually went down and then they were brought back up to that $3,500 area. I mean, it's just, we're sort of comparing apples to oranges here. I mean, I think maybe it's something to look into, but I urge this body to vote no to spend scarce Oregon State Bar resources to look into this. But if somebody else wants to look into it on their own time and with their own dime, then come back next year and make a proposition with those facts. Thank you.
Thank you, Lake. Moving to the motions questions column, Victory Walker in person.
Victory Walker, elected delegate, Region 3. Unless I am told I'm the last one in line, I'm going to call for the vote and move to end debate.
Okay, thank you, Victory. Just as I have with, and I'm sorry, I can't see around the podium. Just as I have, we have 4 people in line. Would you like to table that until we get to the 4 people?
No, I would not.
Okay, thank you. So I will call for a second. Is there a second? Okay, Lake Paraguay, Region 5. Region 5. Okay. So motion to end debate has been made. There's been a second. This isn't no discussion, so give us a moment to open a vote. And I will let you know when the vote to end debate, which requires a 2/3 vote, is opened. Okay, voting is open on the motion to end debate. If you vote yes, you're voting to end debate. No, you're voting to continue debate. Abstain. If you do not want to vote, it requires a 2/3 vote to pass. I will start the timer, 1 minute, 15 seconds. There's 30 seconds left in the vote. Okay, we're closing the voting on the motion to end debate. Give us a second to tally. Okay, voting is closed. 115 yes votes, 15 no votes, 4 abstention. Motion to close debate passes, which means discussion on this issue is over. We will now set up the vote on HOD Resolution 8. Give us a moment to set that up. While we do that, if you're voting yes on HOD Resolution 8, it is now to pass it. If you're voting no, it is in opposition of it. And if you are abstaining, you are not voting, or you're abstaining from that vote. Okay, voting is open on HOD Resolution 8. Yes, if you wish to pass the resolution. No, if you oppose it. Abstain if you wish to abstain. We'll start the timer, 1 minute and 15 seconds. Thank you, Susan. Thirty seconds left in the vote. We will close the voting. Give us a moment to tally the results. Voting has been tallied, 28 yes votes, 98 no votes, 5 abstentions. The motion fails. So we'll move us on to BOG Resolution number 3, presented by BOG member and OSB President-elect Maya Kehoe from Region 5.
I am here on the Veterans Day Remembrance Resolution, which is the Oregon State Bar extending its gratitude to all those who have served and are serving in the military, and offering the sincerest condolences to families and loved ones of those who have died serving their country. And I move for the adoption of BOG Resolution 3.
Thank you, Maya. Do we have a second? Mike Purcell, Region 5, seconds. Now for discussion. Give us a moment to open the debate queue. Appears the debate queue is open. I gotta get to the right queue. I'm going to ask bar staff to let me know if we have anybody in the debate queue. Okay.
Yeah.
I got it, yeah. So we're just going to take a second to make sure. Okay, it appears no one is in the queue. No, I think we'll just open it up. So we will move on to the vote. I'll ask bar staff to open the vote on the issue. Give us a moment. And take this time to remind BOG members, we do have a couple meetings after this. Just a heads up reminder. Pierce, voting is open. Voting is open. Could we get the clock started at when you can? You'll have a minute, 15 seconds. We'll start it. Vote yes to pass the resolution, no in opposition, or abstain if you wish to abstain. We have 20 seconds left. Okay, we will close debate, close the vote. Give us a moment to tally the results. Votes are in. 116 yes votes, 1 no vote, 9 abstentions. The motion passes. The final meeting item is BOG Resolution number 4. It's our annual in memoriam, which will not include a vote of the House. Joining me for this item are board members Kyle Schicchetti, John Mirandes, and Kelly Furr. You can come on up, all three of you, and read that and then go in alphabetical, so we go down.
So I'm going to do this list. John's going to do the
Correct. But read the top first.
BOG resolution, I'm sorry, Kyle Schicchetti, out-of-state representative, Region 8, Board of Governors. BOG resolution number 4, agenda item number 18, in memoriam. Resolved that the OSB House of Delegates and members assembled stand for a moment of silence in honor of the members of the Oregon State Bar who have died since the 2023 House of Delegates meeting. And then we will read the names. Colin Andres, Wayne Appleman, Alice Bartelt, Patrick Bible, Pamela Bond, Robert Brozell, my friend and former partner Scott Brooksby, James Brown, Burgeon Bull, Jesse Coggins, Peter Courtney, Lieutenant Colonel David Davies, Samuel Eastman, Richard Finnegan, Elizabeth Fithian Barrett, Nathan Garcia, John Gray, Harold Gross, Terrence Hall.
Michael Hare, Eldon Hughey, John Irvin, Westbrook Johnson, Mary Johnson, Bernard Joels, James Kearney, Wayne Killian III, Russell Lepetsky, Terrence Lukens, Elizabeth Mason, Gregory McMurdo, Honorable Joseph Meyer, Honorable Maurice Merton, Stephen H. Miller, Douglas Minger, Patrick Mosey, Daniel O'Leary.
Paul Osterland, the Honorable Edwin Peterson, Terry Romsdorf, Robert Ritter, Linda Rogers, Eric Schellen, Douglas Schoen, Amy Siegel, Leon Simpson, Kara Smith, Robert Succi, Richard Van Humison, Mark Vovos, Jeffrey Warwick, David Waddle, Jacob Weisselman, Robert Wolf, and Karen Zorn.
Submissions from the floor who have not been recognized. Mr. Wade?
Joe Richards.
Joe Richards, thank you. Can we unmute Heather Decker?
Tom Brown.
Thank you, Heather. Can we unmute Sarah?
E. Joseph Dean.
Thank you, Jim.
Ronald Fishback.
Thank
And
you,
also
Sarah.
Westbrook Johnson and Mary W. Johnson is the same person.
John Tujo.
John
Tujo.
Cujo.
Tujo.
Tujo. John Tujo. Thank you. I ask that you all join me in a moment of gratitude to honor our departed colleagues and their contribution to this practice. Thank you. Thank you, Kyle, John, Kelly, members of the House of Delegates and guests. Well, I know you all want more. But, you know, sorry to say, this concludes our business for 2024. I want to thank you all for participating. Could we give a round of applause to bar staff for putting this all together? Thank you. I also want to thank Ankur, Helen, and Jim for joining me up here. This is one of my final actions as the president of the Oregon State Bar. I'd like to thank each of you for being here, for your time, attention to these weighty issues, and proving that practicing in Oregon is a gift. To my esteemed colleagues on the Board of Governors, thank you for the inspiration and opportunities for growth and the learning that you've offered me. Look forward to many more times. It has been a remarkable journey. I will continue to be engaged and inspired well into the future. With that, the 2024 House of Delegates meeting is adjourned. Thank you. Appreciate having you here.
I've done this a dozen times. This is the best one yet.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate that.
Just scrupulously fair, and you had command of this room.
Well, it was a pleasure.